Hello, everybody. It's Mike Jacob with Unleashing Intuition Secrets. So, what is causing the crazy storms all around the world? So, record setting snows. I think 2,000. I heard yesterday. I don't know what it is today, but yesterday there was over 2,000 records broken in the United States as far as cold and snow and so forth. Uh, I think there's a 60-year record that's happening in Russia, and Europe's having crazy snows and so forth. And here it's like all calm. Remember, we had crazy snows very early on. Uh, and now here, where normally you get a lot of snow, it's been very calm. But let's look at what's causing these record-setting snows and so forth. Remember, the sun is very active, right? Sending a lot of energy our way, and it's pushing the polar vortexes around, right? So that's what really is going on. So that's just pushing the polar vortexes down. We're actually going to see another storm that may be even worse than the one that is happening right now still. And then there's going to be like crazy lows in a lot of areas, extreme cold, and then another round of storms coming through. And these may push even deeper south. So very interesting. It is it some of it been helped? Like I've talked about, they'll take, these energies and they'll ramp them up. They being the bad guys, the deep state, with HARP and who knows what else, what other kind of crazy technology they have had for thousands of years with the help of ETs. So I don't know. I do know, but we're going to talk about it. And we're also going to talk about are the rioters, yes, and ICE, which is a question mark, targeting people. All right. We know ICE is basically, focused on, in a way, they're targeting, criminals and so forth. But are they starting to target some of the rioters? Because we're finding out the rioters are paid. It's not an organic, protest that's going on. They have a playbook of how they go after people. They protect their group, as we're going to see with one of them going after some people, and we'll talk about that. And are they finding some of these people? I promise you, they are that are the head. And Carrie Cassidy shared this with my wife today, that she believes some of these people are being targeted. I say yes. They're being targeted because they are ringleaders and they know who they are. And when they see them, they go after them. All right. So that's just my thoughts. I don't know, but it may play out that way. If I was in charge of ICE, and I know this is going to go to another level, and I believe it's starting to go there, I would go after the people that are, the ringleaders in these rioters, and if they're seen, then we go for them. And then these people that are coming online that are saying that pick up your guns and start killing federal agents, they need to be targeted. All right, I've said that. Like if I'm in combat and I know who's instigating, I know who's paying, I know who is like dealing this stuff out, I'm going after them, right? Because that's what I do, or that's what I've done in special forces and in the CIA. We cut the head off the snake all the time. And if it grew back, we cut that head off again, just as fast as it grew back. And eventually nobody wanted to be the head of that snake. Right. So I think that's where we're going to start seeing stuff happen. We're going to start targeting the criminals that are instigating, the head criminals that are instigating this, right? So like you go after a mafia boss to collapse a criminal organization, that's what we're going to start to see, I believe, with these rioters. All right. So let's jump in. First of all, let's jump into what's going on with the energetics, because it seems like the energetics of the planet and the sun are having an effect on people. How about that? That's the way these things work, isn't it? All right. So let's look at Kilauea volcano and what it's doing. Right. It's really getting active.
A dangerous and damaging eruption bursts through the ground at Kilauea. Let's not waste any time and take a live look at the giant lava fountain still shooting up from Halemaumau crater. Eruption episode 41 began this morning just after 11 o'clock. Fountains peaked around noon at just under 1,600 feet. And as you can see, it's not just lava that's been flying through the air. Volcanic debris is also being thrown not just around Hawaii Volcanoes National Park, but also into nearby communities. And because of that falling debris that you can see and hear, Hawaii County Police have closed Highway 11 in both directions in Puna and Ka'u. Those shutdowns are between mile markers 24 and...
All right. So as you can see, the electrical energy that's coming from the sun is absolutely having an effect. All right. It's really hammering some of these communities. And I guess the lava explosion was one of the highest recorded yet, as tall as the Empire State Building. Right. So very, very significant, volcanic activities. You heard from that one woman. She's lived there for 40 years, never seen anything like it. More's to come. Right. More's to come. And it's going to get more intense as the year goes on. This was my prediction. This last year in December for this year, that we would see, just like I did for the previous year, I said we would have, unbelievable activity, tsunamis, volcanoes, and earthquakes. And sure enough, we did last year. This year will be, as I predicted, will be even more intense. So record-setting last year and another record-setting year this year as well, right? So what is causing it? And is there anything we can do? Well, there's really, there is something we can do. It's called prayer. Literally, there were children that prayed. There's like 1 million children all over the world, and they prayed at the same time, the Maharishi effect. And so they're doing this meditation, and they're sending love to the sun, and the sun reacted, right? So we can have an effect, right? Is someone else with negative intent having an effect on the sun? I think we're in a cyclical period where the sun acts up like this, and it can cause extreme damage to the earth, as we've seen. If you study the real history, cataclysmic events were accepted. This gradualism that was brought in by the deep state, pretty much, is never in history was gradualism accepted. It was always catastrophism because people experienced it. So we're going to experience catastrophism, right? Darwin came in, the origin of the species, and the gradual change of things. That was all deep state having that put in, guys. It's not gradual. We basically can radically, animals, plants, so forth, can radically adapt. It's not like a long-term adaptation. It's usually radical. Something happens, radical change, and then there's a new species or a new type of the old species. So that's what we're literally going through that, humanity, right? So, of course, the deep state is trying to hijack that, and we'll talk about that as well, right? Lots to talk about tonight. And I know you guys like to go down these rabbit holes, so we'll go down a few of them today. All right, so Stefan Burns. So he's like, weather forecasters can't give a forecast beyond 7 days. I can. Now he can look at the sun activity and what it's doing to the earth, like I just described, and give us a forecast long term out, just like I do as an intuitive. So here's the science behind that.
Hey everyone, geophysicist Stefan Burns here. We have just observed a major disruption to the polar vortex, sending a bunch of snow and wind and ice, sleet, slush, and more out of the Arctic Circle further south, down into North America, even down into the southern states, into Europe, into the UK, into the far east of Asia, down to Japan. So there's been a tremendous amount of snow. There's been record snowfall in a variety of locations around the globe just over the past week or so. And this is because of the disruption to the polar vortex. We have more volatile climate here on the planet that becomes more and more disrupted. But this isn't a one-time thing. In fact, we just had a really big space weather impact with a G4 geomagnetic storm and also an S4 radiation storm, the strongest in 20 years, which is very likely to keep the disruptions to the polar vortex continuing on for the remainder of winter and into spring. So this is not a one-off event. In fact, I think that we're going to be seeing a...
So that's what I predicted last year, that this winter would last into spring. Now, it won't everywhere, but for a good portion of the globe, it will, right?
lot more volatile weather in the northern hemisphere as a result of this, because these solar protons and ions and alpha particles and more, I'll explain all this as we go, funnel down into the Arctic Circle because that is where the magnetic field cusp is located. So pretty strange that we had the strongest radiation storm in 20 years, and then right during that time frame and immediately afterwards, we saw this massive disruption to the polar vortex. Here we're looking at snow depth for today. Right now, we see that there's tremendous amount of snow across the northern hemisphere, specifically in the high latitude regions. Of course, that makes sense, but we also see it having extended further south than maybe normal. It's not like we had massive blizzards, but this is definitely a pretty big disruption that has come about. We can see our 2-meter temperature anomaly here. We see that we have some really cold temperatures here in Eurasia, for example, Northern Europe, and then also really down into the south there for North America. And you see that we have these high temperature anomalies in areas that are typically cold. That is the disruption to the polar vortex. If you look at our average temperature right here, we see that just in general, there are some frigid temperatures are active right now on the planet. What is our polar vortex? We can look at that right here. So this is a stable polar vortex. It's a circulation in the atmosphere that goes from the troposphere where we live, the lowest part of the atmosphere that's the most dense, all the way up to the stratosphere. And this is key as it relates to connecting it to space weather and solar storm impacts, because they charge up the ionosphere, and the stratosphere and the ionosphere, they overlap with each other. And if you have a really strong radiation storm, those particles, highly energetic, can pierce further down into the atmosphere, for example, into the stratosphere. So when there's a stable polar vortex, the cold air is contained, and you have this jet stream flowing like this. But when you get a disrupted polar vortex, you see that all of a sudden, this jet stream starts to undulate. It's more like a river, kind of flowing, a meandering river. It can pinch off and all this stuff. And we have cold air move south. And then you typically will see warmer temperatures in the area where there originally was that stable polar vortex. So,
okay, so like for my area, the west coast of America and into Nevada, as you see the polar vortex pushing down into the southern and eastern and Midwest area, you see the warm air is being pushed up here into the West Coast. All right, so that's why we have unusually warm weather here, which is okay by me because I was expecting, I saw it coming, but you know, it turned off. And will it come back? I think there's a good possibility we'll get more snow here, but for the moment, we are in some of this massive amounts of snow we got is melting down. It's still icy at night, but during the day we get the sun, which is very strong here in the upper latitudes. Really starts to hit this ice and snow and melt it down a little bit. And then at night it gets down to the teens and it freezes rock solid again. And then next day the sun comes out and melts it down a little bit and gets it all wet, and then it freezes again. So slowly but surely, pushing it down, pushing it back until perhaps we get more snow. We do need more snow because although California for the first time in 25 years is out of a drought, if we don't have that long-term snow that melts and keeps everything stabilized and all the reservoirs full, even though the California government, which is the most corrupt government in history of California right now, is doing everything it can to let all of that water flow to the sea. If we don't get the snowpack, it's really going to be bad, because these guys are already criminally, letting all this stuff flow into the sea to begin with. And if there's not any to keep at least those reservoirs somewhat full for the remainder of the year, then these guys are going to burn California, which I already predicted. I predicted that California would burn again this year. All right. So, and this may be why, one of the reasons why, or one of the excuses they use to use their directed energy weapons and burn California.
That's what we're seeing right now. This warm air move north. We're seeing this cold air move south, and that's really hitting North America and Europe and Far East Asia there, with Kamchatka seeing record snowfall in 60 years. That's the peninsula for Russia. And then also Japan seeing some really high snowfall. We're seeing a blizzard come into the United Kingdom right now. Wavy jet stream dumps record snowfall on Russia. This was posted back on January 20th, right as this solar storm impact was coming in. So the key thing to keep in mind.
Now, if you've seen some of the videos and the pictures of Russia, some of them are AI, they're over exaggerated. But as you see here, this looks legit. The snow is all the way up to the street light, right? Imagine the street lights in your city or wherever, and the snow level is all the way up to that. So it is pretty significant in Russia right now.
Here is that space weather does not create these weather systems in general. It just will intensify anything that already exists. It'll make it more volatile too overall. So we already had this disruption starting to occur, and then you have this impact. It's only going to make it bigger, more intense. And for a S4 radiation storm, an impact of that level, we're looking at changes not only weeks from now, but also months and even years from now to our radiation environment, our plasmasphere environment surrounding the Earth. So these sort of disruptions are not a one.
Okay, so years from now, disruption. So as I've been predicting, we're going to get colder and colder and colder for the next several years.
We're likely going to see a more unstable polar vortex going forward for the remainder of winter, all the way to spring, and perhaps even into next year. So this could last some time. Russia's Far East is buried by its heaviest snowfall in 60 years as a winter blast swept across Asia. We can look here. Heavy snow and ice impact millions as winter storm sweeps across the United States. 84,000 power outages. I think it's 1 million plus people without power. There have been some casualties, unfortunately. This has been a very significant snowstorm, especially here in the South, where they're not used to this. Tremendous amount of.
All right, so I think you guys get the picture. It is definitely going to be, very challenging for the world going forward with these climate changes that are coming, and not the global warming that the deep state, they always misdirect, guys. And that's part of their process. They want to keep people off guard. They want to, create chaos. So out of that chaos, they come along, they have the solutions, order out of chaos. And that's what they do. They knew that this was, I've been saying for years, that the global warming was a big fat lie. But still they promoted it. Still people believed in it and brought their electric vehicles and so forth because of it. They built windmills, solar farms, and so forth, which would be pretty much obsolete and useless as things start to get colder and colder and colder. All right. So all the money that would have been better utilized to build, very efficient power plants to generate electricity and warmth and so forth for people, and good power plants that wouldn't be taken down in ice storms, because ice storms are here to stay and they're going to get worse. So this, non-Tesla technology that we're using right now, we should have Tesla technology. We've seen these technologies utilized in the past. Tartaria, the Russian area, Tartaria. Of course, they want to make Russia look bad. That's one of the things they've been doing. Russia, because they've had these technologies for a long time in Russia. Of course, they have been taken down by the deep state. And, all of the technologies, all those beautiful buildings that were built by the Tartarians have been destroyed over the years. Technologies where trains were being radiated energy. That's what Tesla was trying to do. So the Tartarians already had that. Tesla was trying to bring it back. He got stopped out. And now we have power generation that's very inefficient. Electrical lines, which are easily, destroyed in, hot, inclement weather, whether it be hurricanes, whether it be, these ice storms and so forth.
Next major winter storm forming right off the East Coast. This one's going to hit different now. This one's going to pull down a lot of cold temperatures and pull up a lot of moisture from the Gulf and the Atlantic. So wherever this does hit along the East Coast is going to bring a lot of snow, anywhere from 1 to 2 feet or more. So I'm going to show you the latest impacts of what's going on with this winter storm, the possibilities, the cold temperatures coming behind it, and something that we really need to watch out for. Now, the latest update on everybody else as well. Let's do not forget about them, everybody. Over 690,000 homes still without power. And right here along the East Coast is where this storm potentially could hit for the ones that's already without power coming back again to this next storm. The highest being Tennessee so far, 237,000 without power. Mississippi, 130,000 without power. Louisiana, 115,000 without power. Texas, 47,000 without power. Then Kentucky at 38,000. West Virginia, 12. Virginia, 16. North Carolina, 13. South Carolina, 30,000. And Georgia, 21,000. And there's others without power. It just don't.
Now, I'm sure probably just about everybody in this audience has been through, storms or, ice storms or whatever. To be where you've been without power for a long period of time is really a bummer. But you counted on, maybe 1, 2, 3 days, sometimes up to a week, depending on the storm, you were going to get power back. Now, some people might not get power back for quite some time, right?
Meet the criteria of at least 10,000 without power. So we have seen the number get a lot better throughout the day, but unfortunately, these cold temperatures are coming crashing down again for tonight. And the latest visuals coming out just from Mississippi alone is just crazy. These videos are from Oxford, Mississippi, and look at the amount of ice, everybody. These videos are down below in the description of this video, so you can go watch it in its entirety. It's crazy how much ice came down. All we're seeing is shots like this of all the ice on the trees and the power lines. Everybody, look at this. This is all northern Mississippi, and other states are looking just like this as well. Now, immediate impacts for tonight, we do have chances for freezing fog for northern Texas. This is for portions of north and central Texas tonight through Tuesday morning. Then again on Tuesday night through Wednesday morning. So you got to watch out for the chances for freezing fog. Now, just starting at chances for minor impacts, you can see here we're already starting at Saturday morning, bringing chances for at least minor impacts already getting started. As you go through Saturday evening, this grows from Georgia all the way towards the Carolinas and Virginia. So if you're anywhere from Atlanta all the way towards Columbia, Greenville, all the way towards Raleigh, even the East Coast by Richmond, Virginia, be aware this is where the hardest hit of snow could come along. I'm also showing in the Canadian model that it could hit the precip a little bit further towards the south. So we must keep every possibility in order for right now. And showing as we go through Sunday morning, through Sunday evening, still staying right along the Carolinas, but quickly going offshore. Your chances for this going towards the northeast lessens. So your biggest chance for snow is going to be from Georgia going towards Virginia, and then maybe across the Delmarva and some of New Jersey. Now, this will update. This is the information that we have as of right now. Now, another factor we need to look at is our data. So when we look at the Arctic Oscillation, you see that cold air coming through, but still showing it's coming right back again as we go into possibly next weekend. And when you look at your NAO, your North Atlantic Oscillation, showing that we're going to be in a continuous blocking pattern as it stays in that negative. This will keep all the cold air bottling towards the central, the southern, and the eastern U.S.
All right. So that's the predictive models, but that's not the intuitive models. The intuitive models have it going like you heard from the science expert, Stefan Burns, that this is going to go into spring, like I predicted it last year, that it would go into the spring, and there would probably be any spring. And for a lot of places in the United States, there wasn't. Now, this year, for some places, there won't be a spring again, and it may even go into some of the summer this time. So remember, it's going to gradually, continually get worse and worse and worse. And the globalists and so forth, and then there's people that don't want to sensationalize and don't want to get you scared. I say, give me the facts so I can deal with it, right? But you're not going to get that from the mainstream, and you're absolutely not going to get that. You're going to get lies from the globalists, and they continue to have some power within the press, within the media, of course, and they're going to continue their lies. But we are going to give you the best information going forward, so you make your plans and use your intuition to guide yourself. All right. So yeah, it's going to be continually challenging, not just with the weather, but with earthquake activity. I don't know about the hurricanes. Seemed like they kept the hurricanes out this last year. Will they return this next year? I haven't seen them. I haven't seen it yet, but once we get closer, then I'll start to try and get those predictions, because predictions last year were accurate as far as like the intensity of the hurricanes that I saw, which we had 3 of them, which I predicted that were above Cat 5. And fortunately, none of them hit the mainland. All right. So they all went out to sea. And I talked about how I said, why doesn't somebody go out there and get those big tankers and cargo ships that have been converted into creating these storms and take them down? And I was thinking that the Special Forces guys would do that. And we didn't have those storms hit the United States. How about that? So like I said, we can inform and we can get the information out that will help transform our consciousness, transform humanity into something better. But we have to be ahead, and we have to work together. Now, there's still a lot of people out there that want to come in and play analytical, stupid games and discount this because it's beyond their comprehension that someone could actually look into the future and see things. So there are those of us that can, and actually every one of you can. And I think more and more of you are starting to tap into that. So that's the promise that we have going forward, that all of us will have these possibilities. Once you're able to see these things, then you'll be like, well, I can see them. Can I have an effect on them? Oh yeah, that's next level, right? So, continually, I've been sharing this for many years. I think a lot of you are starting to pick up on it. That's the way it was for me, for different things, right? Not the weather. No one really ever, went into the weather like this with me. I just naturally did it. I don't know why, but I did. So it is moving in the right direction. The weather, as far as consciousness, is one of the greatest things that we can have an impact on. All right. It's very easy for human consciousness to have an effect on, I guess, because there's more grounding that we have, where our consciousness, once it connects with the frequencies of weather and so forth, even if they're being manipulated, we can have somewhat, if we work together, an impact on it. Now, other things we can also have an impact on. And I've been talking about that for years as well. And that's sending love to the baddies, right? Their frequencies are not at the love vibrational frequencies. They're in fear, they're in anger. They love chaos, like we talk about. They get off on it. They're psychopaths, right? And some of them are hybrids, from other species, which are very negative. So they don't like the rest of us humans, and every chance they get to, and we'll, like I said, I'm going to continually inform about that. There's a lot of people talk about it now. We couldn't talk about it before, and if you did, you got in trouble or you got killed, right? So now we're actually able to get more of this information out, so that's good. All right, so the next one we're going to go into, James O'Keefe reveals shocking details of army of anti-ICE agitators who have taken over Minnesota. And he's on the Megyn Kelly show. Nino Rodriguez was, putting out a post where he said, say prayers for, James O'Keefe, because he put out a post where, he had agitators are trying to kill him. Well, you're going to see. That was a fact. And so I'm gonna break this down. There's more information in this. We have Kash Patel that's talking about how they're finding funders of these. So imagine that. If you're finding the funders and you take the funders down, this might stop it out in other places. So this is a good thing. We're moving in the right direction, guys.
All this over the weekend. Tell us about your experience.
Hey, Megan. I was actually in Minnesota for a different reason on Friday and Saturday morning, and I was in undercover journalism, doing some undercover journalism, and I was there when the shots were fired. Just absolute coincidence. So I walked over to the location in what appeared to be like the suburbs of Minnesota, a relatively nice neighborhood. People need to understand that what's so shocking to me is that this is not like a bad neighborhood. This is just a suburban place. And this is before the autonomous zone was formed. I don't know, about 11, 12 a.m. I was walking. We parked our vehicle, got out of our vehicle. We did
Okay, so in another autonomous zone, just like they did in Seattle back in 2019 when the George Floyd riots were raging, right? It was basically they cordoned off an area of Seattle, had stores and so forth. They were keeping people from moving in and out of there if they didn't like them. That's what they're doing again here in Minneapolis, doing the same thing. They've set up roadblocks, they cordon off streets. They set up in these areas. There were rapes and murders within this zone that they created. And then eventually Trump's like, I'm going to send in the military unless you clean it up. And then of course, the governor and the mayor finally cleaned it up, but not until after it had been set up for a long period of time. So I think they set this up yesterday, and we'll see how long this is going to last.
Undercover people in the mob. But what was striking to me is right when I parked my vehicle, as soon as I got out, it's negative 12 degrees. So every part of your skin is completely covered. They can't identify you. Immediately, 5 women who are white began interrogating me and asking me who I am and what my identity is. I've never experienced anything quite like this. I actually told.
All right. So obviously information is being passed. So somebody, as James O'Keefe or one of the other groups is going to talk about, is they were followed by press, by, I forget which press organization, Reuters or something. And And when they started to do stuff, it seems like these agitators, as he's calling them, these are, people that are paid to be here, guys. This is a paid, organized, very highly organized, very, they've been schooled, they've been taught, they've been informed. They all, are on the same sheet of music. There's basically documents that are starting to be shared where they have these documents that basically tell them how to work together, what to do in this case, what to do in that case. And it sounds like this is a playbook that they were taught when it comes to James O'Keefe. And, he had security and all this kind of stuff. They took a knife away from his, former Marine security guy. I was like, what? And I think he said his gun was back in the car or something. I'm like, what kind of security guy is this? But anyway, it is, you're going to see, they're going to show how they attacked him. And man, if I was a security guy and they started, throwing, so I'm not going down there because I'd be blowing people away. Right. And I don't know how, I even said in a post, that's like, you shouldn't be rolling unless you're ready to throw down. All right. You go in a situation like that, you're basically almost surrendering your life. These people are highly trained. They're very motivated and they're ready to throw down, right? As you're going to hear.
When I was press and they proceed, it was almost like they were going to do a citizen's arrest on me unless I identified myself, showed them my ID. So I told them, I'm
James, forgive me.
Yeah.
You guys have given us a couple of videos exclusive to you. People can check them out at your website. So we'll play a couple of them as you tell the story. And there is one of the moment I think you're referring to where they're demanding you show your press badge in SOT 9A. Here it is.
These guys are not press. I looked up OK Media. It's from Portugal. They're not from Portugal.
All right. See, she already looked it up. Boom. He's trying to pose as somebody from Portugal. He's all covered up, as you guys can see, so they can't recognize him because it's super cold there. Everybody's covered up. You have skin out there. You're going to it's going to get frozen pretty quick. It's -15 or some ridiculous. So these are the outside force. All right. And they're trained to do certain things, which they're doing right here, to recognize anyone that could come, that could get information about their activities. Right. So somebody, like I said, within the press or some of their people on another level, again, outside of that, are watching. Right. And so they probably recognized him or didn't recognize him. And then these guys very quickly approached him. So you're seeing they have zones going out. This is extremely well organized. They are ready to do war against America, guys. And I've been talking about this for years.
And none of their work is political at all.
We're not. So
Keep going, James.
So we'll tell the story about a sequence. But what happened there is they started yelling shame, 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 and they. I mean, again, this is not yet even an autonomous zone. I'm somewhere a mile away from the shoot.
Okay, so they have their code words. Shame, shame, shame is an indicator probably to those in other zones that there are people from the press that's not from the press, that's part of their press on their side, right? This is a press that's not part of us, and they could be a threat or a danger to our activities.
Shooting. They followed us to our car. They started throwing things at us. Now remember, -12 degrees, a bottle of water will freeze in like 20, 30 seconds. And it's a weapon. And they started throwing objects at me and my security guard. In fact, they actually patted my security guard down. They are the authority. I've never experienced anything like this. I mean, if you have a gun, what are you gonna do? Fire it at them? I mean, that's not gonna work. So they confiscated the weapon off of my Marine security detail.
All right, now flip the script. Flip the script at the one guy that got shot yesterday. Right. So you have, zones, the ICE, they have zones, they recognize people. this guy that got shot yesterday was recognized, I believe, as part of an organizer of these riots and criminals and so forth that are highly paid to do these these riots. So what we're seeing is a reverse, I believe, where you're going to see ICE agents are going to target some of their people. And I think that's what happened yesterday. They tried to take him down. It looked like to me that he was trying to draw a gun. Looks like it might have gotten away from him, but they still shot him. I don't know. I've seen, different clips and so forth. I wasn't there. I'm not going to say, what these guys are doing, but it does appear to me that they targeted this guy, right? I don't know if he was doing anything wrong or if he was actually, instigating something. So that's where we're at now. Regardless, if he comes to, one of these events, yes, everyone has, the right to carry if you have the qualifications, concealed carry permit. I'm going to assume that he did. I don't know that, but once you start to interfere with law enforcement and you have a weapon, that's a felony and you're a threat to them. So regardless, he was in the wrong. So if you got shot and you got killed, it's sending a message, isn't it? They're going to try and play this as they're doing, like they did the one with the woman tried to run over the one, ICE agent or Border Patrol, whoever that was. And she got shot. You remember the video of her, and she's like all innocent, like, oh, after she'd been, getting in the way and following them and impeding them and all that kind of stuff. And they're like, get out of the car, we're going to arrest you pretty much. And she's like, and her partner was like, what are you going to do, tough guy? Like, what are you trying to start a fight with a man? So anyway, this is what we're up against. So for me in this situation, what I want to do is I want to let them know that if you want to F around, you're going to find out, and I'm gonna hammer down so friggin' bad. And that's what we would do in special forces. We would find the head of the enemy and we would hammer it, right? And it's like, okay, who else? And then we'd hammer it again. So over and over again until no one wants to volunteer to be leader, right? So that's what needs to start happening. The war is on. So you're going to see these guys trying, like they're doing right now. What side do you want to win? It's kind of the same thing that Tim Walz said. What side do you want to win? He tried to play it off as, his people and the people that are rioting are good. He's like, I'm so proud of the people of Wisconsin that are standing up, Minneapolis, that are standing up to these illegal ICE agents or whatever, No, this is Civil War type stuff. That's insurrection talk, right? So we're in a war with these people, right? So do you want the law abiding, citizens to be protected and have law enforcement come in and take down the criminals and take them out of the street? And in the meantime, you have these other criminals. They're criminals because they're impeding law enforcement. They should all just be arrested. They should just come in with massive numbers of buses and just arrest all these people. If 50,000, arrest all of them. Put them in jail, put them in a stadium somewhere and let them rot there, right? And then slowly, methodically go through all of them, find out, who's being paid. And if they're being paid, then they go to jail, right? All of them that are being paid, which is all of them pretty much, guys, right? There's probably very, very little organic activity here. Now we're already starting to see some of these people are arming with long guns and body armor and gas masks in locations. And they're saying, oh, we're just security for our neighborhood, right? So Things are getting ready to go big. It hasn't happened yet, but it will. And when it does, then things are going to get hot and heavy. I think that, you know, they should already have military in here. I think they should just come in and clear that zone out, just like, you know, the Seattle thing started. This should be like, all right, they did the same thing, so let's send in the troops, right? And just clear them out, and just, you know, take them all into custody, sort them all out. Oh, you're organic, you actually live here, and you're just a dumbass. Go home. Don't do it again. We see you again. We're going to arrest you. We're going to put you away for a while, right? And then the people are being paid. Arrest them, put them in prison for a long time, years, right? So they can't do this anymore. So this is the way it should be going. I don't know if at some point it's going to go that direction, but I'm telling you right now, if it doesn't start, then there's going to be lots of them. They're going to be filled.
Followed us to our.
Wait, a gun?
Well, he left his gun in the car, but he had like a knife or something on him, and they
What the frick kind of security guy is that? What the hell?
confiscated. They patted him down, like they're the police. Now the police in Minnesota have left. The police have left this area completely. So you're completely on your own, and I'm shaken, Megan. You had me on to talk about my film Line in the Sand. I've ambushed the cartel. They run away from me. They don't like the cameras. These people will kill you. I've never quite experienced, like, I guess I would call it communism up close. Like, I've never experienced anything like this. So we go to the car and they start throwing projectiles at us, rocks, ice bottles, what appeared to be a knife. Well, I'm still going through all the footage. I'm wearing a bulletproof vest. You saw it in the video. It was terrifying. And we have a couple clips we've given you, but I'm honestly a little bit shaken. I wouldn't say I'm scared, but I'm shaken. And I guess we'll unpack all this. But what struck me is how organized these people are. Every car.
Hold the thought on the organization, because I do want to get into that. Let me show the audience a little bit of what you were subjected to. Let's hear SOT 10A and 10B together.
Yeah, it's pretty terrifying, and the reason why is because there's no one there to help. Like, there's no police. The police have stood down. I mean, you know, and you tell them they're press. We have more footage. They'll kill you. They don't care. Anybody who's not them is their enemy. If you are a journalist, you're a Fed. And I was trying to reason with them, Megan. I was trying to like talk to them rationally. Like, I'm not here. I'm not taking a position for or against ICE. I'm a reporter. They said they'll kill me. So that was kind of.
So no, again, just be aware. They have press on their side. They know who they are.
Perhaps a glimpse into the future, I suppose, of what we're up against. There's more to the story here. I can tell you what happened next. We try to go back to our hotel, Megan. We're staying downtown. And the person at the hotel signals to one of them. And we then realize that we're in danger. We have to leave our hotel. So we go to a second hotel. And we've got someone.
What? What do you mean he signaled? He told them that you were staying there?
Yeah. Yeah. These people have spotters everywhere. They have spotters in every street corner. They have people working at the hotels. They somehow got our license plate, rental car. My driver.
So this is pretty much the CIA playbook, guys. When I was in the CIA, we would pay street vendors, we would pay hobos or people that acted like hobos because they get paid well. They weren't hobos, but they would, if we told them what to look for, and then we gave them a burner phone, and if they saw certain things, they would call the number and report, and then that was it for that phone. So then we would meet them again later and give another phone and give them more information about what to look for. But it's the same playbook. It's the same playbook. So these guys are, as you're hearing, very highly organized in multiple levels going outward, even all the way to the hotels. Remember, there was like a Hilton Garden Inn, I believe, that was telling ICE agents that they had to get out. And then the Hilton organization said, yeah, we called them and fixed that. And then there were I know the Shirley guy or whatever went down to check it out, and Nick Shirley. I don't know if it was Nick Shirley or some Nick other guy. So Nick Sorter or something like that. So I think it was Nick Sorter went down to check it. And so he goes in and says, yeah, I heard this. And the guy at the desk says, like, no, we're not allowing any. My management said no ICE agents, no federal agents can stay at our hotel. So he was telling them, Hilton put out that it was open now, that anyone could stay here. And he's like, well, that's not what I've been told to do. So Nick Sorter got out there. That went out on the airwaves. And then Hilton Hotels basically said, that's one of our affiliates, and no, they are no longer our affiliates. And we're going to take down that signage and all their connections to us. But this is the way it's happening. This radiates out on multiple levels. The criminality, and imagine all the money that's being paid. Imagine the money to the owner of that Hilton. You would think that, it would take a lot of money to make him turn. Yeah, it probably did. So there is a lot of money involved in this. And of course, the Somalis are trying to get out of there with, hundreds and hundreds of $1 million in suitcases. So, there's a lot of money that's been stolen in this. That's what really needs to be found out. And that's what they're trying to do. But this is what the, criminals, the Democrat criminals are basically sitting in these radicals that are paid to come in and, cause problems.
Got a text message, a death threat from a burner number on his phone, which
you
I
posted it.
I did post that, the death threat. Yes.
It reads, we know you're in Minneapolis. You're with O'Keefe and his crew of Nazis. You're in a white Ford license plate, and then you blocked it out from Florida. That was to your driver?
Yeah, that was not to my cell phone. That was to the driver of the vehicle who rented the car. We don't know. I've had the FBI reach out to me. I've had the Attorney General of the United States actually DM'd me. Bondi DM'd me this morning. And we're trying to figure out if we can trace it. But that was not to my cell phone. That was to the driver of the car, which I speculate they ran the tags and found out who rented the vehicle. And they followed us to the hotel. And usually I wrote in my tweet or my post that usually I'm able to lose a tail. Like they give up. You just drive down the freeway. We go to a second hotel in a town called Wayzata, Minnesota, which is kind of a rich suburban town on the lake where they do.
So again, these guys don't belong here. All right. So I've driven in combat zones where they have tried to follow us and so forth. And I know how to follow. My wife and I, we lived in another place, and she contracted this guy to come in and do some work in our house. And he basically was robbing us and screwing us over. So we took him to court, and he and his buddy, after we pretty much won and they had to pay us, which they never did, they followed us. And of course, I lost them. And this is the level of people that are coming in to try and play this game. You can't come in. This is to me, this is a combat zone, right? And you have to come in ready to go heavy, ready to go hard, right? So James O'Keefe, obviously, he got a little winded there. He's got nervous when he was talking about it. He does not belong in this environment, obviously, right? So we're probably going to see some of these people, the good guys, as James O'Keefe would be. I don't know if he's going to be taken out, but we'll probably see some of that. All right, some of these guys, some of this trained army is going to start to take out people like James O'Keefe.
Ice fishing, and a guy walks in black block, looks like Antifa. He just stares at me as I'm checking into the hotel. And then I realize I can't actually lose these people. I have to leave the state of Minnesota. Do we drive to Chicago? What are we going to do? And my team was honestly pretty scared. And that's when I went to the parking garage and posted a video of me reading the death threat as we then proceed.
So this is where you have to get very, very highly skilled security teams to come in and move these guys around. That's what I did in the CIA. So I'm moving around the top guys and gathering information, we found Osama bin Laden. So, that was capable because of guys like me, right? And of course, and I'm on another level with my intuition, but you can't come in and roll around in this environment because you're seeing how much depth there is. Some of you guys can't come in looky-loo, right? So maybe some of you will be like, I'm gonna go down and check that out. You might get killed, right? So this is a combat zone. Do not go in there. And those of you that are not part of this criminal activity, that you're, let's say, organic, and you're a liberal and you don't believe in what's going on there and you want to push back on ICE, you're going to be cannon fodder for these people. They're probably going to push you up to the front and then shoot around you. And then ICE is going to shoot back at whoever's shooting, right? So this is going to be something that's going to escalate at some point. And then it's going to spill over to other cities. So everyone's watching what's happening in Minneapolis, and they're planning how they're going to roll going forward. So maybe, fortunately, this inclement weather has come through and has dampened the activities that they had planned, guys. So just be aware of I observe everything. And if you're not observing everything with a bigger picture in mind, you're not seeing what's really going on here.
Need to go to our third location and try to just extract my team out of there because they feel like their lives are in danger.
Yeah, and that your security team gets to the point where they realize they cannot keep you safe.
Correct.
And it's not just you. It's not just you, James. There was an extraordinary piece of tape out of Minneapolis. This is posted on the New York Post, but we found it on X originally, where anti-ICE protesters violently swarmed a Minneapolis hotel. They're big on swarming the hotels where they think press like you or ICE or Border Patrol are staying. They believe federal officers were staying there. They began hurling items, quoting here from the New York Post, at people inside, smashing in windows, graffitiing FUCK ICE across the building's facade on Sunday. The large mob descended on the Home 2 Suites by Hilton Hotel last Sunday. They shoved and hurled objects at a Minneapolis Police Department officer and others just inside the hotel's lobby and attempted to push their way in. We're showing some video of it now, forcing those inside to use 2 large vending machines to physically block the rowdy demonstrators. We're all locals. It's all locals, one man shouted as he tried to ward off the protesters. And then we see this piece of tape with a federal agent who's been guarding the hotel come out and yell with the people standing there. Where is the local PD? Let's listen to it. SOT 12.
Is everyone press?
We're all yes. Overnight. We're all members of the press. We're all press here. Okay. This officer appears to be bleeding from the mouth. Oh my God. Are you okay?
I'm fine.
Are you okay?
I'm fine.
He's all right. He's all right.
Where's the local PD? That's my question.
All right. So, the press asking him questions. That's their press. All right. So they're scoping this out for potentially a future, riot, because they've already rioted the place. I guess they gave up. They figured maybe somebody got to them and said, yeah, there's nobody there. So now this guy comes out and you're seeing him being questioned by their press.
This guy is bloodied from the nose and the mouth, James, and asking, basically, where the hell's the backup? This is a federal agent.
Yeah, I mean, there's no incentive. The incentives are not aligned. You can't hold them accountable. You can't defend yourself. You can't shoot back. You can't fight back. You can use mace or something.
Yeah, that sucks. So this guy has some kind of action rules. You can't shoot unless this happens. So obviously they threw something at him. That's assault with intent to kill. He should have been able to give, to shoot, Now in that situation, if I was there by myself and I had rounds of ammunition, which I would, once you start, everybody goes. All right. Because everybody's a threat at that point, unless they're running away. And I don't know, maybe even the runners, once you get me excited, everybody's going. All right. So it's about to get to that point. It's about to get to that point.
Ray, but if you did that as you're being attacked, they'll use force against you. They'll kill you. And so the only thing
The
that
numbers are just too great.
the only thing that we could do, and I was, I'm not a very fearful person, but I recognize when I'm in danger, there's a difference between fear and danger. The only thing you could do is just walk away and not engage them. That's what I had to do in that moment as they're throwing projectiles. Just walk, don't pass go, do not collect $200, not look back at them actually, and just get the hell out of there.
A new year means new financial goals. Like,
All right. So Megyn Kelly and Michael O'Keefe, James O'Keefe, is giving some really good information there that we can decipher. And, I can let you guys know, on a bigger picture, how this works. I've been in combat zones for, I don't know, in the CIA, 12 years I was in combat zones. You have rules of engagement and combat zones. In the beginning, they're a little bit liberal. And then as time goes on, they get tighter and tighter and tighter. And you get less ability to keep yourself safe or the people that you're protecting, like that guy, right? So they threw stuff at him and hit him. And I don't know, maybe he couldn't see who actually threw it. So he's not going to open up on him. He has a weapon. What's it for? Why even have that weapon? You have that weapon. The only time you can use it is if they actually shoot at you. All right. By then it's too late. So those guys are in a bad situation. They're in a combat zone where the enemy has every advantage, and then the press, if one guy defends himself, like the one guy that shot the idiot that was trying to drive over him, then he gets excoriated by the press, and then the political system comes after everybody. So, and they're trying to maintain some kind of semblance of control until everything gets out of control, evidently. So would you want to be in that position when things get out of control? All right. So let me go into a couple other videos here. Here is Kash Patel with Benny Johnson. This is very interesting because they're talking about how they have, knowledge of who's funding this now.
Okay, so this is breaking news. So you and the FBI and perhaps other intelligence agencies are fully aware of this coordinated effort to attack federal law enforcement, to impede them and potentially insurrect. And so there is now an open investigation into these chats and into this coordinated network.
Yeah,
Because
what I can say.
some of them are fleeing. Some of them are very scared now. You can see their chats. They're very, very worried now that they have been exposed.
Well, they should be. If they broke the law, you should be worried. It's that simple. If you didn't break the law, there's really nothing to worry about on that front. And so, we're going to continue, as I've said from day one, we will protect law enforcement. We will make sure they have the security and safety to do their jobs. We will also ensure that civilians have the ultimate protection of the First and Second Amendment. But it is my job to adjudicate the difference when there is a breaking of federal statute or state law in the furtherance of a crime or violence against law enforcement officers. And that's when we step in.
Okay, so this is
All right. So here's another one, Benny Ad.
I was in the Signal chat for several days before I felt an overwhelming obligation to make the public aware of what was happening. Like you said, there were a lot of other reporters inside the chats, and I just wonder why there wasn't a feeling of obligation from mainstream reporters to leak this. Reuters.
Okay, so again, he's not clued up that the press has been infiltrated, and they're working with the enemy, who is the people that are promoting the riots and so forth.
Who I think people have identified. And again, I'm not saying with 100% certainty that they were in there because I just haven't had time to look into all the names yet. I've just been doing info drops. There was a Reuters car behind us. I think for 2 days, they had a Reuters printout in their windshield right behind us, especially when we were, when I was following a bunch of protesters that were following Greg Bovino around. They dumped a bag of chips on him. He had to deploy that green tear gas. Everybody saw that video. That was that day. There was a Reuters car right behind us, and we were right behind the convoy. So that's what's going on. And the signal chats did get nuked as a result of my reporting. They completely wiped the signal chats, but they've restarted. This is live right now. There they are, calling out license plates and intersections as we speak.
All right, so there you go, guys. The press, like I said, is involved. And I've seen that many times overseas, unless they're on the CIA's dole. CIA's paying for it, so they're always following us and different countries and so forth. And it's it's a game. You learn how to be able to move around and lose the press, lose the follows. Over time, you're figuring out how to do that. So that is one thing that is, going to be a problem for those people that haven't figured this out yet, right? So hopefully this video gets out there and people look at this, because I know people are starting to look at my videos about when I'm talking in depth about this, and then I see, changes for the good. So we'll continue to see this until people figure it out. Now, the economy is pretty much ready to implode, right? The dollar is losing value very rapidly, and as we saw today, gold hit like $1.15. I said that before this month was out, it would be 115 to 125, right? So we're in that range. We've already hit the 115. So anything above this is, closer to my top, spot, which I have this zone. My top zones have been hit over and over and over again, but we're within the range of where I said it would be. Now, it pulled back after it went up to 115. And I think that's because profit taking. I don't know. I didn't get a chance to look at it. I don't know when the Shanghai Chinese futures market for silver and precious metals, when it closes, but probably around the time frame that it closed is when prices pulled back. Right now, silver's back up to 110. It was 115, went all the way back down to, I think, 101 or 2. And now it's bouncing back up. So, the baddies in the economic system are trying to push the silver down. And every time they try and push it down, it comes back up and it goes, whoa, way higher. Whoa for them. All right. So it's collapsing on them. Gold hit an all-time new high, 51, over 51. Platinum, palladium, all hit new all-time highs. All of them pulled back. The miners pulled back after going to all-time highs. And now we're going to see another round. So you guys have been following me a little while on the silver and so forth. You know that I predicted that, we would start to see this. Now, I predicted that we would see 250 by the mid-year and 500 by the end of the year. So there's still my predictions. It may come earlier. I don't know, but it seems like that's where we're moving. If you look at the gold silver ratio, that's collapsing. Eventually, next year, I think we're going to see, or this year, it will be 15 to 1, which will be the 500 to like 75, 8,000, I think, for gold. I playing with the numbers earlier, but I should write them down. But next year, I've been predicting 1,000. I think that's when we get maybe closer to 5, 8, something like that, and or 15. And then the following year, I'm predicting even more. I think we're going to go to 3,000 when the gold silver ratio is 5 to 1. So that's going to put gold at a very high level, 15,000, maybe 20,000, something like that. So these are the numbers that are coming. This is a highly suppressed market that is basically taking off. And there's in Shanghai, I don't know what it is right now. They probably started trading again, but in Shanghai, they see our $110, $115 silver, and they're buying the hell out of it, because in Shanghai, it's 125, right? So it's a great deal. And then all those people that have all these short contracts that aren't going to be able to fill them at the beginning of next year and into the middle of, or in the middle, beginning of next month and into the middle of next month, around the 15th of February, there's going to be a lot of contracts that are going to come due. And I think at this point, almost everybody wants silver, physical silver. They don't want the paper, or they're going to pay them in dollars. So that'll appease some people, but not everybody. So there could be some defaults, and then things are going to get even more wanky, right? So the dollar collapsing. Let's see what the dollar is right now. It's down to 97. It's getting ready to break 97. It was like 100 like a month or two ago, and it's been rapidly falling. Went from 99 to 97 over the last week or so. So it's in almost free fall. So as it goes down, price of silver and gold go up. So you see the Dixie, the dollar index basically continue to go down, and you're going to see precious metals continue to go up. Now, at some point, we could see the bonds in Japan start to collapse even more. That's one of the reasons why the dollar is collapsing, because they're trying to support the yen trade. If they're not able to continue to support that, then we may see the market collapse. So the overall stock market could go into a collapse mode. Crypto is barely hanging on. Right? If the market goes into collapse mode, crypto will collapse as well. So, and maybe the market will go up. So we'll see. We'll see going forward. Now let's look at some of the things that I did a video the other day where I talked about, according to many funeral homes, I couldn't get any funeral home guys to come on. They were scared. And now there's somebody in the background just making them feel safe, and they're talking about all the problems. And I'll bring it up and share it. I'll share the screen in a little bit, but there were huge numbers of people that came in and started sharing about that. Former funeral home directors and so forth. They were saying, yeah, we didn't see any of these clots before 2019 or 2020, and change humanity. And he talked about transhumanism and all that kind of stuff in his books. I remember, unfortunately, before he died, he was trying to get me to come to Washington, D.C. and work with him to reveal more. And something didn't feel right. I was like, I didn't make it. And then he did a video where he warned Iran. Oh, he's Iranian, not a Indian, but he was basically warning the Iranians not to do certain things, not to get involved with the United States, not to come into the United States, or bad things were going to happen. And it wasn't long after that he died mysteriously. So this transhumanism is absolutely a thing that they intend to do with shot, like he talked about. right? So let me play this one video. Signs you're near a clone or an NPC, non-player candidate, right? So this will be very interesting for some of you. I've been in this discussion for almost 5 years, right? So now more and more people are understanding it, starting to share it. So this is a good thing.
Any clones coming into Europe, right? That would mean there's even potentially clones in this room right now. There must be so many.
80% of the Caucasian population.
80, okay, cool. 80% of the Caucasian population.
80% of the Caucasian population are clones.
Racist.
So it's not about racism. So also,
no, it's nothing to do with race.
Is there any science?
It is about race.
Is there any signs that you could have a clone in your life, that you're in love with a clone? Like, I know a lot of people say that they don't think, they don't have internal dialogue. Is there anything you've come across?
That's exactly what I was about to say. So Dolores Cannon did the work on this. So Benjamin Franklin also wrote about this, saying that there was a dire need to fill America with Caucasian people. So for whatever reason, they decided to do that. Yeah, they say that there is no inner dialogue, and they called it whitewashing. Wow. But Dolores Cannon believed that 80% of the population that look like me can't trace their family tree back past really the 1800s with any accuracy, and we refer to them today as NPCs.
All right, so I can trace my family way back, all right, way back into the English time frame. My mom did it. And, you know, my wife Tracy and I both were big followers of Dolores Cannon. She actually went to a course, personally met Dolores Cannon, did a regression with Dolores Cannon. And I was supposed to be at that class, but I got called by the CIA at the last minute. We need you. And so unfortunately I missed that class. But that was, I think, one of the last classes she did. And she passed on not long after that. So it is something that's real, guys. All right. You need to be aware of that. You know, how do you recognize them?
She said they were soulless. I don't think anything living is soulless. I think we all have a connection. But it was called whitewashing, for want of a better expression. And it was to make out, and they did this at the World's Fairs and Expositions. They would have on display people from indigenous tribes, and they would bring children from Africa, put them on display, and they were labeled as primitive and savage.
Wow.
And this was specifically to dumb down and remove history. And this is connected to the Moors from Africa, who built some of the most beautiful architecture in the world. They wanted everyone to consider them as primitive. And Tartaria was removed for a similar reason, so we would consider Moscow, Russia, to be behind, a little bit backward, and that was another part of it. So yeah, I you know, that's what happened. And what I'd suggest people do is watch the second film that Alice Guy produced, which is on YouTube. It's called Midwife to the Upper Classes, and you'll see an example there of where the middle class couple come to buy a baby.
All right, very interesting stuff. You know, again, we've been talking about NPCs for a long time. You know, more and more people are going to start to realize that that is a thing. As you saw there, 80% of Caucasians are NPCs, but that doesn't mean that, you know, there aren't NPCs in the other races as well, just not on the percentage as they are, you know, here in the United States with, you know, Caucasians. All right. So Trump says, time will tell all. Trump confirms Congress and DOJ are looking at Ilhan Omar's suspicious wealth. All right. So suspicious wealth. So the Congresswoman's wealth reportedly increased by millions of dollars due to her husband, his business ventures, and so additionally, the DOJ and Congress are looking at Congressman Ilhan Omar, who left Somalia with nothing and is now reportedly worth more than 44 million. So we've heard 30 million. Now they're reporting 44 million. Would that become a billion that she got from, you know, Minneapolis, Minnesota? Who knows? Time will tell, said President Trump. Time will tell. All right. So time will tell for a lot of these Democrats, guys. It is indicative to their culture and what they do. Now, this is, I said also in my predictions that Ukraine, lots of Ukraine would go. We may even see, and I'm starting to feel this as well, we may even see Russia go right into Kiev, and take it. And once they've taken it, they'll install a government that's not going to do war against them. And will NATO get involved? The Trump team has already said that if there is peace in Ukraine, however that comes about, that they will not support NATO troops going in to Ukraine to do whatever, peacekeeping, as they're saying, whatever. So that's so without the United States, guys, NATO is nothing, right? They're a force to nothing. All of their forces combined could not take down anything, right? They tried to do that in Ukraine against Russia, and of course Tartaria, but they're not going to be successful going forward. NATO is going to dissolve. I believe that there's a possibility we may see, like I said, Kyiv get taken down very early, because I think the reason why Russia hasn't gone into Kyiv is because they were concerned that NATO would just throw everything at them. I don't think that's, NATO now, they've pretty much thrown everything out this war, all their weaponry. United States has done similar, right? I'm sure that under President Trump, things are being brought back up very quickly, but and a lot of stuff we sent them was old technology anyway, right? So I think that, excuse me, I think that they're on shaky ground, Ukraine. And once the Russians come in and take over and put in a good form of government in Ukraine again, like they used to have, then, there'll be peace. That's what it's going to be. Because I guess Zelensky was meeting with U.S. officials and one of the Middle Eastern countries. I don't know if it's Kuwait, Bahrain, or one of those countries. And he came back and said, yeah, we agreed that we're not going to give up any land to Russia. That's stupid. It's done. Whatever Russia's taking is now is Russia's sweat and tears, right? And lots of money from arms. So they're not going to give it up. And the reason why they came in, remember,
was a year that saw a lot of progress in dismantling the satanic globalist elite. They are very, very close to losing power. And if we play our cards right, we should be able to have a new Bretton Woods type agreement this year. But what we need to understand is that the year started out with Donald Trump trying to reform the United States. They had the Department of Government Efficiency. They were doing all sorts of good things. It was going to take over Canada, take over Greenland, take over the Panama Canal. And suddenly, in June, he disappeared at a G7 meeting. And then since then, we've had the fake short, fat Trump, who presided over one of the largest military defeats in U.S. history. The United States lost 3 aircraft carriers and ran out of missiles. And basically, Israel was militarily finished. And now they're sending me a bunch of fake videos, probably filmed in India, saying that the Iranian regime is going to be overthrown. I don't believe it. Iranian protesters don't go around with CGI-generated English placards, okay? So, they sent me a whole bunch of these videos, but I'm not going to bother sharing them with you. I'm asking my Iranian sources, and I'll get back to you on Monday to see what they say about the situation. But just so you understand why you can't trust anything you see on your screens, and you should always verify. For example, I appear live in front of real people so they can confirm I'm real. I'm not just CGI. But in any case, take a look at this video showing you what sort of stuff they can do now, and they are doing it. So there's a lot of faker out there, and the last leaders of the failing rules-based world order are lying through their teeth about the real situation. They're faking their economic statistics, and that is going to lead to their downfall. In Germany, I just got sent some information from German intelligence that the Alice Weidel of the AfD, showed 3 documents showing that Friedrich Merz, first of all, he sent a letter to the bureaucracy saying that they must not publish any negative economic news. So they're ordering them to lie about the real situation in Germany, which is awful. Then he sent another letter saying that the bureaucracy need to cover up crimes committed by foreigners. And then there was a third letter she presented showing that he was soliciting bribes. So Merz may be the first to fall, but we'll see. In England, Keir Starmer was also found to be taking orders from the EU to bring in foreign criminals to cause chaos in the UK. So again, he may also fall. We will see which one falls first. Although maybe my bet is with the French, because the French are taking serious action, especially the farmers. Take a look at this government buildings completely covered in manure in France. Might be that Brigitte Macron, i.e. Jean-Michel de Rothschild, who's probably the head of the snake, is going to have to go, and then all the dominoes will fall. But also in the United States, the fake Trump, he was overruled by the Supreme Court on sending in the National Guard, and they told him the only thing he could do now was to invoke the Insurrection Act. So this could be a civil war in the United States. But my message to the armed forces of the United States is that your commander-in-chief, Donald J. Trump, was replaced in June by a fraud, and you must not obey that person in the White House. It's not your president. And you need to set up some kind of emergency government to help the United States through this transition. Now, I was also going to call for the arrest of a bunch of people, but I think I'll let Archbishop Carlo Vigano speak for all of us when he listen to him, call out who are still in positions of power.
A dangerous subversive elite has managed to infiltrate the highest levels of Western institutions and governments to implement the criminal plan of the Agenda 2030. In many self-proclaimed democratic states, the voices denouncing this global coup are being silenced through censorship, intimidation, psychiatrization, and even arrest. Among the victims of the totalitarian regime quietly establishing itself in Europe, Canada, Australia, and other vassal nations of the United Nations, NATO, World Health Organization, and World Economic Forum, all private entity funded by the same powers, is lawyer Rainer Fulmich, unjustly imprisoned and still awaiting for a fair trial. His crime is having dared to speak the truth in a world of criminal lies. I call on Catholics and all people of goodwill to raise their voices in defense of those persecuted by the globalist regime. It is not Attorney Fulmich who should be in prison, but those who committed the greatest crime ever against humanity: Anthony Fauci, Bill Gates, Klaus Schwab, George Soros, Ursula von der Leyen, Albert Bourla, and all their accomplices and emissaries, especially those in institutional positions. Free Rainer Fulmich.
And Archbishop Vigano, I've heard that someone is taking action. There was an explosion in Switzerland that killed over 50 people. And I was told that a very senior member of the globalist elite was killed in that explosion. We don't know who it is yet, but I'm willing to bet it's Larry Fink. But I don't know. I don't have any inside information. All I know is from the CIA that a senior globalist was blown up. And we know that a lot of the globalists are all gathering in Switzerland right now because their financial system is falling apart. They are facing bankruptcy, the entire private central bank cartel. They've run out of gold, and they only managed to keep revive the government, the U.S. government, after 40 days of being shut down by laundering cartel narco money in exchange for silver, and they use that silver to pay the Asians. Now the Chinese have cut off silver, and I don't see how they're going to get past the end of January. We'll see. But remember, the Dragon family is standing by with $100 trillion to help rebuild the West as soon as they get rid of their satanic infection. And take a look at this. If you don't think this is real, take a look at this plaque from the Satanists honoring Minnesota Governor Tim Walz. So you see, the West is satanically infected, and it has to be cured, and that's what we're going to do this year. And there are many ways we can do it, but what each of you can personally do who's watching this is to take your money out of the stock market, get cash, buy real things, try to use this cash as much as possible, but get your money out of their fake financial system. That's very important. That's what you can do. But at a higher level, action is being taken, and a lot of people are going to be removed. We're sure of it. And then we can start, we're hoping that Nigel Farage will be the first leader of the White Hats to take over a major G7 country. And then we're asking him to help convene a new Bretton Woods conference so that we can fundamentally rebuild the post-war international architecture to reflect current realities. We are also calling for a jubilee, a one-off cancellation of debt, a redistribution of assets that were stolen from the people through central bank fraud. That means each of you should get the equivalent of a house, as payment for what they've done to you. And we're also, saying we need to set up a future planning agency so that we're not outcompeted by the Chinese who have such a system. We need to improve our system of economic governance. Right now, it's run by Satan-worshipping pedophile elites who are blackmailed and who only wish to enrich themselves at the expense of others. They are not trying to, build a better world. They're just trying to enrich themselves at the expense of us. That's no way to run an economic system. We need to hire the smartest people who work for you to make your life better the way you want it to be. That's what we're fighting for. So let's try to do it this year. This has gone on long enough. Okay, well, that's what I have to say for myself today. Now I'd like to answer questions from readers and viewers.
Hi, Ben. We have our first question for today. What are your thoughts on the silver export ban from China starting at the beginning of the new year? Is this the final nail in the coffin for the fiat dollar when Western bullion banks are cut off from accessing physical silver?
It could well be. As I said in my talk, the idea is to remove the Khazarian mafia from control of the world's financial system, because that's what decides what we as a species do in the future. And the key to breaking their control is to insist on physical assets and not their paper or their digits on computers. And this is what the Chinese seem to be doing, cutting them off for anything that's real, and then their whole fake thing will just evaporate. We'll see. But you personally should invest in real things. Get your money out of the bank and buy a car, a house, a stereo, whatever, anything that really exists. That's my advice. Next question.
Hi, Ben. You kind of answered this question already. It looks like a large amount of billionaire investors are pulling out of stocks, citing overvaluation. It seems like you agree with this. If not stocks, what, in your opinion, is the best thing to buy? Is it gold? Is it silver? You did mention property. Are there anything else that you would suggest people invest in?
Well, I think land and housing is the number one. And farmland, so you have a supply of food, because at the end of the day, you can't eat gold and you can't eat silver. And there have been times in the past where no matter how much gold you had, you starved to death. But just things that are long lasting. If you don't have a lot of money, maybe just buy a brand new state of the art washing machine or whatever you can afford, but just get something that's real, that will personally improve your own life. That's what I suggest. Next question.
Hi, Ben. You mentioned that the explosion at the bar may have killed Larry Fink. How do you think this was done? People are describing it as an instant inferno. Was this a bombing, or does it look like more of an advanced weaponry?
I don't know. I'm still making inquiries, but my suspicion was that this was aimed at a specific individual. And then when I asked my CIA connections, they said a very senior member of the globalist elite was eliminated. And I guess Larry Fink, because either Larry Fink or Bill Gates are prime targets, because they were recorded saying they were going to start another interest in going after these individuals. But I really don't know. I will try to find out. And I don't know how it was bombed either. Again, it's too early, but there's many different ways you can do that. Next question.
Hey, Ben. It looks like China has started to make military moves to invade Taiwan. Do you see this occurring in the near future? And if it does, what does that look like? Who comes to Taiwan's aid? Who backs China? And who wins?
I don't think it's going to come to that. What's going to happen, I believe, the head of the Three-Legged Crow Society in Japan died, and they've now selected a new individual. And I'm guessing that the various royal families of Asia are going to have negotiations that will involve reuniting the Korean Peninsula and then sorting out the Japan, Taiwan, China triangle in a harmonious way. But at the end of the day, I think that what will happen is people from the government in Taiwan will be given a senior role running all of China as part of a unification process. And I believe China or Taiwan will be allowed to keep an independent army. But, they're not, I don't think they're going to actually have a war. It's not going to be necessary. Next question.
Hi, Ben. We have our last question for today. What are your thoughts on the Minnesota Somali scam? What is actually going on there? Somalia has one of the world's lowest IQs, so I don't buy that they have figured out how to scam the government by themselves. What sort of inside things are occurring inside of our government to allow them to get away with this?
I saw one video of a supposed Somali scammer, and I'm telling you, the guy didn't look Somali. He looked Jewish, okay? Dark-skinned, but definitely not. The Somalis have a very distinct appearance. The differences genetically within Africa are much bigger than anywhere else in the world. So different Africans are more different from each other than the Chinese are from the Europeans, for example. And the Somalis have a very tall, distinct features. And I don't think this has really to do with Somalis, although they may be used as a front. I think this is some kind of scam and I'll try to look more into it. But I agree with you. I don't think it's actual Somalis, but they may be used as fronts. Okay, well, that's what I have to say for myself.
All right, folks, as promised, Juano Savin on Nino'sCorner.tv. Let's get into it. Juanito, are you there? Well, el Juanito.
Nino.
Gotta do our intro, man.
Nino. Yeah, I got one of my friend's kids. Whenever I'm over there, first thing she's Nino.
Oh, man, I can't believe how fast that shit spread. I mean, I'm never gonna be able to live that down.
Remember where that came from?
Yeah, you.
That came from Barbara. Yeah.
Oh, you're right. It was Barbara and the Donkeys. You're right. You're right.
Right, and she was telling you,
yeah,
you got to be careful about being too hand gripping and everything else. And she was Nino.
You're right. I can't believe that stuck. Gosh. Anyway, all right.
Yeah, it'll all be okay, Nino. It'll be okay. Just hang in there. Yeah.
And you even made hand cream. This is ridiculous.
Oh my!
I'm just trying to do my part as a patriot. All right. So, historic summit. All 34 Western Hemisphere militaries convening. Is it convening? Right? Convening.
Yeah.
February 11th. General Dan Kane just called the first ever full assembly of military leaders from every nation in the Western Hemisphere. This doesn't happen by
and
accident.
by the way, let me pause for a second. Let's mince and dice and everything else. Number one, I have somebody that's very, 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 very close to Kane and General Kane. And, we had a conversation. We had lunch, I don't know, a month or two ago. And he was, unfamiliar with them, got assigned this particular job within his staff. And he said, having had a chance to work with them, be around them, see all the things that are going on, he's at all the key stuff all the time, had just total respect for General Kane and said, this is just an amazing person. And I've heard from other people that have been in, parallel command positions, and they were like, so-so and like that, but they were from this crowd that is really on the outs, that is not happy that Trump is in power. And it was nice, it was refreshing to me to hear such a positive report from somebody that works with him every day, is that all the key stuff and had just nothing but total respect for his the way that he operates at a personal level, let alone what he actually does. That says a lot, when people that actually have to work with somebody day in, day out and give you a favorable report. And this person's great judge of character, all the right stuff, and was just extremely, feels the country is well served by having someone like him in that kind of a position, and the president too, by the way. Just
okay. No, that's great. That's good to know. So let's talk about this. Obviously, you always said.
Let me dive into the other. You asked me a question about this meeting. So what it is,
right,
is you have all the military leaders. Remember, we had this thing with all of our U.S. Commanders that, general staff.
The summons that Pete Hegseth did, right, where he got up, right. Trump and Pete Hegseth summoned 800 plus generals here in America, but now this is from 34 Western Hemisphere militaries. Like, this is big to me. This looks really
yes. So all of the senior military personnel from all the countries across the Americas have been summoned to do this meeting. It's a strategy meeting, and what it really is that to read everybody in. Here's where we're going. This is what it's all about. And
hold on a second. Hold that thought. When you say read everybody in, now prior to the generals being summoned by Pete Hegseth, and now recently these 34 Western Hemisphere militaries. How many people were read in from the beginning of Trump's operation? I know you said it was very few, correct?
Well, there's the 200 that's a sealed number. There's nobody else being brought into that group. There's been a little teeny bit of attrition. None of those are replaced within that group. That's
So, because I've noticed a lot of animosity towards, even towards you, Juan. I'm just going to say it right now. From other people, I can sense it. Is it because they're not read in? Is that what it is here? I mean, I'm trying to figure this out, and I think there's only a select.
Well, there's a couple of people I don't want to say any names, but that felt that they should have been included. And if they weren't included, then it can't be real, or it's
right.
not.
And they already had a high stature; they were prominent names out there.
But they, for whatever reason, there's a lot at stake here. You're not just trying to save America; you got the whole world on the line. Those that are in, and it's for security's sake and like that. It's what it is. And so I have somebody right now that thought that they should have been read in and is getting ready to leave this world, and didn't believe that they could not have been included to pull it off. But there was issues, and so I think it was ultimately going to prove out to have been very wise that you err on the side of caution. And now, this plan that has been formulating for decades, not years, decades, is coming to pass. And this is part of that now, to bring people up to speed in the open. Here's the path forward. Here's what we're going to do, and let everybody be on board. One of the things that's not part of the public side of this is there's a handful of persons that cross over into intelligence operations that are also included in this from several of the countries, and so it's even more broad than what has been announced. And that's to, let me just give you one example. In order to rein in what's going on with the cartels, the money laundering, these terrorist organizations across the Americas, you have to cut off the money supply, the money flow. Well, the money isn't just oil, and it's not these little boats that we've been stopping that are traveling on the surface of the water. Some of the stuff that's got to still be done goes to the drugs that are going in submarines, and the submarines are still going. We've had very measured success in getting the drug submarines so far. Most of those are built in Colombia and in Ecuador, and they cost a couple million a piece. They take, upwards of a year to build, and one submarine can carry, 100 million or more in drugs at a time, often much more. Those systems include the money laundering that goes along with it, and we haven't gotten to the places that they're going to. The drug running is still going where the French Connection was at Marseille's, France, and Barcelona, Spain.
So let me ask you this. So these militaries convening on February 11th, this is about the cartels. This is about us fighting the cartels. Like, it's going to take other countries' militaries to fight against them, because their tentacles are all over, right? They're everywhere. So is it really war against the cartels? Is this what this is?
Well, what it is that in order to get honest government in these places, you have to cut off the cash flow, the money supply, and we've not attacked the drug problem effectively going back before the Reagan administration. There was, I've talked about before. It's too long to talk about here today. But we created the drug kingpins to centralize the drug trade to Colombia, and it was actually a pretty intelligent operation. And then to shut it down, there was failure to finish the job during the Bush and Clinton administrations, Bush 1 and Bush 2, because the money laundering was going into black bag operations. And so that's what Whitewater was about, or the Clintons, when you get to the bigger picture, Arkansas and all the other states. We have never gotten the drugs under control coming out of Central and South America and going to the rest of the world, but primarily Europe. So we have to, if you're going after these people, you have to cut off the money supply.
So how can we? But if they've infiltrated all the politicians, all the militaries, and we're going to go speak to them like, all right, guys, get your shit together. Time to join the fight against you, the cartels. They're not going to cooperate. So they have to have a real coming to Jesus moment right now, and this is going to cause a lot of disarray within the militaries of other countries. I mean, it's hard enough to bring in the reins of our own country. How do we expect to do it with other countries? I mean, they're not going to listen to us. They're going to be like, okay, yeah, nice, see you later. We're going to conduct business as usual. I mean, how are we going to get through to them?
Well, I think that we can't be fatalistic about it. There's no question that it's one hell of a fight to do this. It's not been done before, but you have to understand we have good guys here in our country in the military. It might not be everybody, but we have a lot of great folks. And in these other countries, they've got some great folks too. Look, it's their kids, their grandma, their house that's threatened as much as everybody else. And most of them get into the service not with nefarious intent, but with goodwill. Just like most of the guys that become a cop, they want to be a good guy, and they don't start out to be a bad guy. And for a percentage of them, they get tweaked along the way. But we go in there knowing that there is good guys. I have a friend we just spoke this morning who helped in one of these countries' military, spent almost a year embedded with them, and had nothing but good things to say about these guys as they tried to do the good fight. The problem was that their governments and the governments around them were, had in bed with the cartels and with China, and trying to find a way out. We're going to come in and help them to do what they actually do want to do, which is get their countries under control and stop the graft and the theft and the corruption. They have daughters. They see what's going on the streets, and they want to stop it. They see the Chinese brothels set up all over their towns, and they want to stop it. So we're going to give them a hand, and bringing everybody under one roof and letting them all know there's no, part of the problem is when you go read people in individually, small groups, everybody has to second guess what was said. And if they were included or not, you bring them all in under one roof. There's no question. You all got the word, same time. This is what's going on. And nobody has to look over their shoulder and wonder if the next guy heard the same thing as he did. And we're going to help them to start working together to stop this across the Americas. I think it's a genius idea. Do it right there, plain sight. Nobody has to question anything.
So this brings to mind for me Mexico, Colombia. I mean, obviously everyone knows the technology that we possess and the warfare that we can deliver on anybody. I mean, obviously we're superior to everybody with our warfare, so they better listen up, right? Thing is this, cartels are unconventional warfare, and their tentacles are spread throughout the United States. And I know that's a lot of the reason the ICE raids are happening right now, is to take these the violent criminals, masterminds down from organizing terrorist events and things like of those nature, mass shootings. But how do we fight against conventional warfare, unconventional warfare? Like it's almost like could it be like Vietnam, but in America, with the way these guys are planning to disrupt or cause chaos with car bombs, mass shootings? How bad is this going to get? What are we anticipating here?
Well, in the prior drug wars, let's say from the 80s, we were dealing ultimately with half measures. And we had to keep choking back because of the politics and like that. Reagan did shut the border down with Mexico. And till we got the people that were behind his partner, one of my guys and his partner worked together extensively. Eloy was a fantastic guy. And at the end of the day, these guys still want to win this war. They've got their whole life into it. They've thought about their stuff. They want it done just as some of these other people from the other countries want to do. Trump is not going to do half measures. If you get anything from this last year, it's about not doing the half measures that happened before and doing something far more extensive, far more that has a prayer of winning this, including the banking. You got to remember, at the end of the day, why are they doing this? Because they want to make a bunch of money. We're going to get all the money. We're going to take it all. Take it off the table. Take it out of these other people's hands. They're not going to get their money. Everywhere we find it, we're going to take it all. That's what Trump's going to do. Take the profit, the benefit out of it.
Hurt their wallet.
And so part of that is not fully understood. I've told your audience, I'm going to say it again, and you got to read between the lines. We're going to take and create a buffer, not just at the U.S. border, but at a couple of other locations. And that buffer is going to be an economic zone, somewhere between 15 and 25 miles into Mexico.
Okay, hold on.
And we're going to control everything.
Okay, let me ask you this buffer zone, does that start from the border? Like, let's say I live in El Paso, Juarez, right? So does that mean like, is it going to be American territory? Like, what does that look like? The buffer zone, is that our military patrolling their streets? Because obviously we can't trust their military. They're all federales and cartel members. So what does that look like? Like when I cross, let's say I want to go to Juarez and I cross over the bridge, am I in a neutral zone or am I in an American, what does this look like? Like how many miles down south does this go? And is it only in the northern part of Mexico?
Well, again, as I said, throughout the region, we're going to do something along these lines, that we're going to have economic zones. We're not taking any territory from Mexico. Mexico's border is still Mexico's border. But we are going to have an area that we jointly enforce.
So our military will be there?
Yeah.
Enforcing what?
We're not going to let the gangs, the cartels, the lawlessness happen in that area. Look at where you're at with the border there at El Paso. Now push that area that we help enforce back into Mexico, 15 to 25 miles.
Damn.
Okay.
So,
they got to go a long ways before they even get to our border.
That's gonna disrupt the tunneling systems, everything.
That's right. And see, it's a layered thing. So, for example, you go to these ultra secure remote bases, and you look at how they're layered in their security. The outer security level is, in some locations, geese. Geese are great watchdogs.
Well, that makes a lot of sense.
Because the geese will honk and alert if you have anybody in the area. And you have this long, wide open area. And, to get across that open field, to even get to the first major fence, is a son of a gun. So that outer wire is, looks to be wide open, but you got to cross a lot of ground to get to where you can even get to the first real secure fence. You don't have to have a super high security fence all the way across, miles and miles and miles. You might be down to, a few thousand yards. And what we're doing is we're creating a buffer. It also works for the people that want to come and go from Mexico to here, back and forth, where there's a relative safe zone. The greatest crimes happening in this whole immigrant problem are the crimes against the immigrants. People act like we're somehow doing crimes against them. No, they're being vandalized, criminalized, raped, taken advantage of, all the way to get to the U.S. I mean, the rape trees with all of the garments thrown all over the trees for the women that come to the country. That's a horror, and it's happening on our watch. Well,
yeah, there was at one point here in Juarez, there was thousands of women missing from the maquiladores around the year, around 1999, 2000 to 2000. I'm sure it's still happening, torn apart, fed to the pigs, some of them bones scattered everywhere, acid buckets, in barrels. They were and there was mass burial grounds all over Juarez, and it was just women, and in the thousands.
Yeah, it's for the immigrants that are baited to come here. It's a horror. They run the gauntlet before they ever get here, and then the money they have to pay back to the gangs even while they're working here. And so stopping this is huge. And to portray this, by the way, there's a number of people I know, many of them, who are locked into this whole Zionist, Jewish, everything related to ICE and enforcing the immigration stuff. Please, come on, man. You're convoluting things. You don't convolute these issues. It serves the purposes of those that are, trying to keep this going from attacking America with immigrants. It's working at cross purposes. I could spend a bunch of time on it, but the short version that's a racket that
people
trying.
really don't know how bad Mexico is, and how I've lived here all my life in El Paso. I don't go to Juarez anymore. The last time I went there, I had a gun pulled to my head, and they were gonna because I didn't tip a waiter, but I did tip the waiter. The waiter came out complaining to me, and he said no pague, no pague, and I told him someone obviously stole the cash I put down on the table, and then anyway, some thugs came running up to me, pointed guns to my head, and said pay him, and all I had was like $5 left in my pocket. But that was the last time I went to Juarez. That was it right there. That was all. Never went back. But people don't realize how they do business there, and how they conduct themselves there, and how it's really done there. It's dog eat dog over there, and that's it, man. You're either with the cartels or you're not, and they run the show. They extort companies. They extort, all the businesses there on the strip in Juarez. It's ruthless, man. Like, people don't want that here, and that's what they're trying to do by introducing these people here to America. That's what would happen. Our country would be that in a matter of months, right, Juan? But I was so familiar with that bathroom that I went into the one I always go into, and now I know why she was telling me to go into the other bathroom. And as I walked out of the bathroom and started walking down the hall, all these mafioso cartel-looking older men, 40s, 50s, 60s, were playing cards that looked at me, and they knew that I saw what I saw. And man, I never ran so fast for the border, man. The border was just about a quarter mile over, and I swung a left turn and booked it over the border as fast as I could, man. And I've seen a lot of shit in Mexico, man. The stuff that people should never see. You know what I mean? I know what they do. It's ruthless, man. It's absolutely ruthless over there, and people are just numb to it over there.
Well, part of my point, even with the ICE stuff, the people that were getting out of here, You look at the rap sheets of a bunch of the people that they're going after or that they've already arrested, and the horrors that these people are responsible for having done, it's almost unfathomable. And so it's a righteous thing to go get them off the American streets. And it's dirty business.
But they're going to have to fight back, Juan. I mean, they have no choice.
Well, again, by creating the buffer, we're moving the war off the U.S. streets and creating a buffer zone here to America. They all want to get here. So, the place to defend is right here. This is the fort. And we've had prior administrations and people who weren't interested in defending America. They had their globalist attachments. And, as Trump said at Davos, and part of globalism is to destroy America so that we're no longer in their way to create their new world order. Well, if you're going to stop the New World Order, you also got to stop them from destroying America. We're the ones that have to get in the way.
Okay, so Trump goes there and fires the shots out to the Davos crowd and lets them know, but Trump, Juanito, you know as well as I do, they're not gonna. Okay, good, great, Trump. That's nice. But what about a post-Trump era? I mean, the global
hold on.
stop at
Let's
nothing.
not just go right past this for a second. Mexico and the leadership in Mexico, they talk a good game. They don't want this. They hate the cartels. They don't know what to do. You got great people in Mexico, policing people that have been trying to do the right thing. They've got their stories, their family members, their towns. They know what was destroyed there, but they haven't had effectual assistance there in the government. Okay, well, they need a big brother to come help them out. And that's exactly what we're going to do. We don't want to enslave them. We're not trying to take over the world. What we're going to do is we're going to get a handle on these monsters and help them to enforce their own territory. So we're going to help Mexico out, going to help them make the right decisions, and push these cartels back. And where they've dug deep roots up at the border, we'll unroot them and plow that ground. And I guarantee you the people that live in those areas are going to be very thankful that we're at this, the good people.
And, I understand. This just seems like such a lengthy operation, and I just
what are you going to do? You got to start somewhere, right?
Well, Trump's 79.
Yeah, we're going to be doing this for the next 50 years.
I don't trust JD Vance. I'm just going to say it. I mean, maybe I'll get to like him later, but right now I'm like, he's in with Peter Thiel.
Okay, again, hold on. Let's back up for a second. First off, we have to fight the war right now.
Right.
You don't have to worry about Vance for the time being. And as I've said, we haven't seen, in my opinion, who's going to be the ones on deck to do that replacement. And let's get through this moment and get a little closer to that before, we get distracted. You got to catch the ball, run it in, and get the points this time before you can even worry about it.
No doubt. I'm not saying that. I just know that these people are so well coordinated and sophisticated in how they want to.
Well, so you're saying, as soon as you say that, you're implying that we aren't. This is a fight.
I just know
we're a lot bigger than they are. But believe me, Nino, we're a lot bigger. And by the way, they want us to fight conventionally with the stuff they have. We have stuff they've never even dreamed of. It just was the will to use those things, and the will to use it didn't exist in prior administrations because they were in on it, and the people around them were in on it. So, and by the way, what's Trump supposed to do? You got the people that you got. He's retraining, re-educating, getting a lot of people to rethink how they think and operate. Even around him, he's setting a tone. So somebody's got to decide, nope, this is the way we're doing it, and force of will, and the people around them start snapping to and understanding. That's why you have to call all of this, the general staff across the Americas together, the Western Hemisphere, and have a meeting and read them all in at the same time. Here's the plan. And you can have your little conclaves off to the side, etc. But here's the plan. And more and more people are going to understand that and jump on board. You got to start somewhere.
I get it. No, I get it. I'm just thinking ahead here. So I was seeing at the World Economic Forum, the Davos, they were interviewing a guy who's introducing this tablet that dissolves in your stomach and shows a signal to show you've taken it. Imagine the applications that you have to use for that and the compliance. So the Pfizer, he was the Pfizer CEO, Albert Bourla, I think his name is, about tracking pills. I mean, this is what they have in store for humanity. These people are still stopping at nothing. I mean, they're still looking, they're looking beyond Trump is what I'm saying. I'm just saying, excuse me for asking about a post-Trump era, or if Trump is going to serve another term, but we got to kind of look at that, because these people are stopping at nothing, man. They're going to keep going.
Okay.
Wait.
So one of the things that you have to kind of bear in mind, Nino, Trump went to Davos, and everybody there, almost to a person, think of it, everybody there is gunning for, where would you find a place that was more anti-Trump than Davos? Seriously. The resolve to go there, and they had a mechanical issue or medical on the plane on the way to Davos.
I know.
Back and switched aircraft. Okay. If it was medical, why would you switch aircraft? But and Trump went anyway. He was not going to be deterred.
I know. That's balls, man.
So, but why is that? Because we're not backing down. Trump is not easing up. He's going to get the job done. And at the end of the day, he has one thing that a lot of these guys don't have. He's got God himself in his corner, is the way that Trump would say it. And you got a lot of people that want to draw aspersions that Trump is, the devil himself, and he's doing the work of Satan, and that he's in somebody's pocket, that he's taking the globalism further. House divided against itself won't stand. Well, if the devil is actually behind Trump, he's, letting Trump destroy his house. It doesn't make any sense. Trump is destroying these evil networks, and it's layered. You keep having to move. You have to move further and further to get to the core, where the evil is white hot. Okay, well, we're having to move down through these layers to get to the worst of it. Just because you got Maduro doesn't mean that you got the Cubans that were running Maduro. Just got a few security personnel that were there doing the bidding of the Cubans doesn't mean that you got to the rest of their network, the money laundering, everything else. The people at Cuba, living other places in the world and coming and going, they're just fine. They're fat. We're coming for Cuba. We're going to help Cuba. And look at all the angst and ire, spitting venom, these serpents over Greenland. And Trump comes back from their little Davos conclave, and what's he got? Yeah, we can work it out, no problem.
Well, Juan, I got a hard stop. I gotta jump on another podcast, but I appreciate you coming on. This has been epic as always. Do people go to thejennifermac.com, and you're kind of back ordered on silver right now, right?
Well, we have silver. It's the minting part of it that we should have the first of the called. I hope within about a week and a half, and then be sending that out. And we did, pre-sales going on there right now. People have been buying it at the prices, but the people that bought last week before the price jumped on Friday are genius. It's over the last few months. Silver, as I've said, is headed vertical because, and let me just take a half second. I know you got to go, but there's things that happen within the banking world. Chase is only one of several banks where the internal auditors and attorneys have looked at this, and as of the tail end of December in their internal reports have switched from a holding action to covering their ass. And so they have positions that could wipe out several major banks. And they've been warned behind the scenes, just like Trump is gathering people and telling them, this is what we're going to do in the Americas and in military and like that. In the banking world, they've made it excruciatingly clear. They're coming for all of the people who have their balance sheets out of whack with these suppressive actions on silver and like that. They're highly exposed.
Oh, boy.
So they've got months to get their books sorted out from the mischief. Well, that means that they have switched strategies not to hold silver prices down, but to make money on the way up while silver goes up. And in the internal documents at Chase, they're calling silver at 420 by early fall.
Oh my God.
And that's the risk. I think it'll be around 3. 240 to 3. But it depends, things go hyper at different times, and other of the banks had even worse scenarios that their people called for. I don't want to name names right now because it goes to some of my sources, but one of them, their internal assessment is silver over 1,000. The specific number they said within 1 year was 1,080. I don't think that's accurate personally, for a lot of reasons. But at the end of the day, that's the kinds of conversations that are being had. So they're expecting it radically higher. These prices are going to look crazy cheap down the road. And the way you have to look at it, a lot of people, I didn't get it, it's too late, whatever. Lord Rothschild had a saying. He says, I'll let somebody else have the first 20% in a speculative market when something's going until it seals the deal it's actually going. I'll let somebody else have the last 20% as the market tops out. I'll take the 60% in the middle, and that's plenty safe. You should look at silver right now as having left that first 20%. We're no longer in the speculative thing. The peak on this round within the silver is quite a ways off. Gold's right at the edge of 5,000, and that'll be a mental thing, an emotional thing. Markets are emotions and read emotions, and so it'll be a very emotional thing seeing gold cross through 5,000 and stay there. And so you just got to understand. And by the way, Trump posted something in 2017 how sad it was that silver was only $16.50 an ounce in 2017. He posted that at 1:07 in the afternoon.
Oh, wow. Juan, I got to jump. I'm getting text right now. Where are you? So let me get up there. So thejennifermack.com, thejennifermack.com. Juan, thank you so much for joining me, man.
All right, bro. All right.
Stay with me just for a second.
All right, Juan, thanks for coming on at short notice. I know you came on very early in the morning with Nino.
Yeah.
So they're very good, very good. You're on the cutting edge of getting this information out as you have been this is very similar to, our days back when we took down Noriega. So I was one of those guys around the helos with Tier 1 guy. But I think this one was much better done, much better coordinated. I think we all can be very proud of U.S. military and the coordination that happened to make this happen.
Well, think about this. With Noriega, there was no real notice to Noriega that we were coming. Their military wasn't really ready for us. Whatever anticipation was relatively, compared to this, low level. Here, you have the biggest military buildup in that part of the world since World War II. And they clearly knew we were coming at some point. That was part of the genius of keeping them on edge the whole time, but monitoring all of their activities so we could see who was where, what their plans might be, who was coordinating. And then it went mostly unnoticed, but just as I told Nino's audience earlier today, Maduro had people within his inner circle who were communicating with us that were intelligence agency assets, or in this case, one specific asset that had direct knowledge and gave us enough information so that we were able to act with confidence. And then, the hardest part about doing something like this, there was a plan to do this as far back as almost 2 weeks ago. But you may remember, for example, I had some stuff going on in Brazil, and they had huge storms, power outages, everything. And so the bank operations ceased for several days with these rolling back blackouts. And of course, a lot of that same weather was also present in Venezuela at times, as well as low-level clouds in the areas that we wanted to work in. And so it just made it problematic doing something as large and complex as this, and where you got to pull it off with exact precision, but to not have any leak, compromise with such a large number of military forces in play, that's pretty spectacular, pretty incredible.
It really is. And President Trump just got off the air, and we just jumped on. So great job. Thanks for doing this. But he talked about how the special forces came in and they had resistance. So they were planning, whether they knew they were coming or not, they were planning on this operation happening. And so they met with a lot of gunfire. I guess they, suppressed that, how they did. And then they caught Maduro just before he went into his safe room, which is a steel room, and stopped him just as he was closing the door. So amazing, coordination.
Well, and of course, even if he gotten in the room, they had alternatives, but that would have taken more time. You'll notice that the time when they first got onto the ground at the compound until they left was almost an hour and a half. So they were there for quite a while they were securing the egress. And so they got the compound itself, the residents, the safe house residents secured, and then held until they knew that they could get all of that group out safely without, running the gauntlet, if you will.
Right.
And pretty amazing. I said it to audiences, I said it to your audience a number of times. You cannot underestimate the resolve that Trump has, and that if he says something, he's going to make sure that he absolutely meant it, and both for good and for bad, right? Maduro had numerous opportunities,
right?
One of which I was very, very directly, intricately aware of the precision of what was being offered. And, if you want to give Dumbass of the Year award out for 2026, it's Maduro, who even to January 1, even to the morning of January 2, could have struck a deal. And, even though his fate was already in play because they were ready to move. It was a weather related issue primarily, in not moving sooner, and to be so arrogant and so confident in all of his chest beating, and if Trump does this, we'll do terrorism that, and we'll release the gangs, this other thing, all of that over. And not only you hear this stuff about how we're supposed to be afraid because now the counterattacks, the terrorism, the everything else. Well, okay, wait a minute. If we're going to go ahead and secure Venezuela and secure those facilities and bring in American companies and contractors to help rebuild Venezuela's oil industry, we're talking about a lot of people that are going to need some level of sense of security and safety to move around and do what they got to do. And I think that the reality of this moment is that all of that chest beating and threats and everything else are going to be meaningless. You know, and by the way, look at that picture. Okay, so Maduro is dressed warmly, but he's got the nice leather cuff, so he doesn't get an owie on his wrist from getting him over tightened. He's got his bottle of water. He's got noise canceling headphones on him. He can't hear anything around him. He can't hear him talking, nothing. And he's got his goggles on. He can't see a thing. He can't see anything. He can't hear anything. He can drink some water and mumble. Nobody cares. You know, he could have been, Mr. Dumbass there could have been in a tropical location, spend his money, out of reach of U.S. justice, take the deal, go away. You know, Marcos did it. Marcos took the money, he left, and, you know, he lived to be an old man, okay? Maduro could have done the same thing. There is the biggest dumbass in the Americas right there.
Yeah, no doubt. Yeah, and that, you know, that's interesting you brought up Marcos, because you know, I was over there during that time frame as well. And you know, there were situations that were happening and special forces were involved in some of that stuff as well. But you know, moving him out, you know, he took it out, and the pretty much his military had already turned against him, so he didn't have any other recourse. Now we know.
Well, and let me just add this. Maduro's military was already turning on him hard. He didn't even realize how bad it was going to be for him. It's the Cubans that were holding the line and even taking out some of the people that they thought weren't trustworthy to hold the line against or for Maduro. So there's dramas that come out over time. But I apologize, I just, you know, it is so much like Marcos. He had a different path, man. He could have been a genius.
Yeah, he did. You know, he lived in a hotel room and did his workouts on the bed. But you know, other than that, you know, he lived a little bit longer. You know, he had a little bit longer life.
Yeah.
Of course, his wife, you know, as well. You know, lived. She didn't have all of her shoes, but she lived a nice long life after that. So I mean, that's not going to happen for you know, Maduro and his wife.
Hey, a lot of kids in this audience, you know, people like in their 30s and 40s, they don't remember as far back as we do. So Imelda Marcos, when they went into their residence, the people overran the residence when they went into exile, and her closet had 3,000 pairs of shoes. That's how big her closet. They have people starving to death.
Yeah.
You know, mothers begging for a little money to get milk for their baby. The country in complete, total, utter collapse. And she has 3,000 shoes in her closet. It was so. That's probably the thing. When you're a little bit older like us, that is the statement. You say Marcos, and immediately it goes to Imelda and her shoes. What will be said about Maduro? You know, and by the way, you know, here's something that people don't realize. I was talking with one of my friends, one of the great intelligence assets ever in our lifetime, who is the expert. I mean, there is nobody anywhere in the intelligence arena that's probably a bigger expert on South America, Cuba, specifically Venezuela, and like that, than this person. And he was pointing out, again, something that we've known for quite a long time. The genius here, Maduro was just a bus driver, okay? He was just a bus driver. And Chavez didn't necessarily trust anybody. He wanted people he could control to be around him, so that, because anybody that actually had a brain is a threat, right? And Chavez is just a brute. So Chavez gets the bus driver, makes him the vice president, wants him to be the one that succeeds him. And part of the reason for that was the Cubans. The Cubans, and you saw it in the press conference. You heard me talk about this morning if you listened to what I said with Nino about the whole Cuban situation.
Oh, yeah.
But during the news conference with President Trump today, somebody brought up Cuba. And Trump, said, well, they got some stuff to worry about. Rubio said a few things. They were running, just as I've told your audience. I've said it for, last year. It's the Cubans running Venezuela. And they reiterated that today. The security forces out of Cuba running Venezuela. They got some problems. The border to Colombia, they send in military to kind of cover that border. They're not looking for Venezuelans leaving Venezuela. They're looking for Cubans and Iranians.
Yep.
Trying to get out of the country. that's who's going to drag it out the border.
That leads to Iran is about ready to fall as well, just like we just saw.
Well, that's a good point. Iran, I had reports, people that are directly involved there over the last couple of days, and about 16 hours ago or so, I had a pretty detailed piece of input. And from their perspective, the central government essentially is in free fall right now. Yeah, for all intents and purposes, has already collapsed. The only thing holding it together at this exact second is a military and policing component that themselves are trying to secure their own homes and families from the Iranian people, because the Iranian people have just had it. The suppression, the hurt has come from the military and policing, targeting individuals, disappearing individuals. That's why Trump said a couple days ago, and made sure it got to everybody in Iran. If you're going to attack the Iranian people, if your military and policing forces are going to attack the Iranian people for protesting, we'll come in and protect them. Now, in light of what just happened with Maduro, you think those guys are going to take Trump seriously? They better.
Yeah. Well, this is kind of stuff we've been talking about for years, that at some point when Trump comes back, we're going to see a worldwide, takedown of these evil, corrupt governments. And so the dominoes are starting to fall. And if you don't get in line, you don't start doing the right thing, your government's going to go down. And I think he basically said that about Cuba and Colombia, Iran. So a lot of these countries are basically on notice, I believe.
Well, and let me say something that, I think your audience knows I am no lover of anything Bush. Anything within the family, I am mad as hell. I'm pissed off. I've got reason to be. I don't talk about it on the air, but I can tell you right now, justice can't come too quick. Now, the big flip, President Bush and his pot of oil and all that crap in the CIA and everything else for all the years, but it really turned hard back at the beginning of Bush too, and with the family and the stuff going on, there was all sorts of problems all the way back in the 80s and 90s.
Yep.
Bush was the one really behind Iran-Contra, not Trump. Not Reagan. And, if Ollie North hadn't destroyed all the records, Von Hall, what she smuggled out was the bank accounts that all the money, the Black Ops money was in. They couldn't destroy those records. They didn't make sure they had that. But the rest of it, that's what Ollie was destroying in the basement. That had those records not been destroyed, it's my contention that we would never have got Bush 1 or Bush 2 into office. The world would be so vastly different. And I don't believe you'd have gotten Clinton in office. And so the world would be so vastly different today if those records had not been destroyed back at Iran-Contra there in the White House basement.
Wow.
And what they protected were criminal operations with the drug smuggling, the creation of the 6, and then one got eliminated with 5 remaining in Colombia, drug kingpins that were created in collusion with our own CIA and other intelligence agencies. Had those records not been destroyed, the trail would have clearly shown, the money trail would have clearly shown how CIA was being enriched, a lot of their operatives in various parts of the world. And with that Black Ops money, the political stuff would have also shown the initial first investments clearly into Smartmatic, that is the predecessor of Dominion in the vote stuff. And part of what's interesting even about today, you know, a lot of the news feed was of Maduro when he was, you know, running his presidential election. He's wearing his yellow suit with the stars and everything, you know, looking like a superhero wannabe. And in that, he's casting his vote in the ballot box. You know, for a free, fair election. Okay, yeah, right. What a dumbass. At the end of the day, what you're really, really, really going to see happen, this is the first crack in the whole election myth of honest elections.
Glad you brought
this
up. Good.
And so as they bring them into New York and go after the drug trafficking and everything else, Southern District of New York, of all places, oh my gosh, of all places, Southern District of New York, corruption central. You know, why all the Epstein stuff there? Because they had 20 years to hide all the evidence on the Epstein stuff and to convolute it and tweak it, okay? Why can't you trust all of it? Because a lot of it's tweaked. So you got to wade through and get the actual for real stuff, not the concocted Hollywood version. Rob Reiner gets some credit on that. So within this context, here you have him indicted in the Southern District of New York, and the trials and the revelations, all the revelations that are coming, including the vote fraud with the machines. You're going to show the connections before too long. You're going to show the connections into various Western intelligence agencies, and it's going to lead to Brennan. It's going to lead to the Clintons. It's going to lead to all these various players. Don't expect it tomorrow, not this week or this month, but as the layers of the onion get peeled back, then very, very sensitive stuff is going to be allowed to come out to the public. Trump has to do that. And the reason he has to is because unless you reveal what actually was going on, it will happen again. So you're going to have not just a couple people show, you're going to have waves of people. If we're going to sit there and occupy Venezuela and come in with the business stuff, you're going to have all sorts of business people. Everybody's going to want to be on the right side of history. No. I was never a bad guy. Not with Maduro and all that. No. They'll come out and give you every story in the world, and they'll have paperwork to back it up. You're about to begin to unravel something that goes across the world. Why start with Venezuela? Why not start with Iran? Because Venezuela is where the vote fraud, 71 countries plus the United States with their vote frauded. Serbia, the server farm in Serbia, which Brennan was a co-owner with, along with the richest person in Serbia. This is crucial. And by the way, I've mentioned to your audience previously, let me mention it again. The other person that is about to get an indictment handed down on him is Ramaphosa in South Africa. And he'll be treated exactly as Maduro is. Him and all of his henchmen around him, who went in and allowed billionaires to rape and pillage in the Congo for a little bit of mining wealth. Like they didn't have enough in their own in South Africa, but the cobalt was the key, and China's right behind it. If Ramaphosa is a genius and he wants to show the world what a genius he is, or innocent, or whatever it is he wants to say, getting on the right side of Trump as quickly as possible by stepping down, admitting that his election was fraud. His election was as fraudulent as Biden's. South Africa is where the server farm when they had to leave Venezuela because it was collapsing so bad, to use their electronic technology to flip elections around the world, including coming up on the U.S. 2020 election. The first test of the Serbia server farm, of which Brendan was half owner in Serbia, was the South African election that put Ramaphosa in office again, and that whole crew. So his election was as fraudulent as Maduro's. Everybody knows it, and we're coming for him. If he's smart, he takes a lesson from Maduro and finds a nice tropical place, an island. We don't want them anywhere we can get out on land. Azores would work, someplace, very, very isolated. And he settles in, stays there, and doesn't leave. And, he can let everybody, when I was in South Africa here a few months ago, the London Strip, I'm telling you, the horror that Johannesburg has become compared to what it was 25, 30, 35 years ago. I mean, when you say shithole, that probably you could have somebody throw you under a latrine and let you live there, and it would probably be cleaner and safer than what Johannesburg has become. Just get one block outside of the main central park that's run by the criminals running South Africa. It's a horror. We're going to go after those guys. We're going to stop them because they're destroying South Africa and the rest of the region. And they were in partnership with Venezuela and China, moving drugs into South Africa and then up into Europe. We're going to go kick their fucking ass hard with the pointy boots.
So Juan, your intel is amazing. Worldwide Intel Network is unbelievable. And tell us, why are we going worldwide?
Chinese Asians trying to take a picture of me. Uh-oh.
Why
the Chinese are after me? The Chinese Asian was just trying to take a picture of me.
Oh, nice.
Anyway, she was trying to get close to me earlier today.
Why would we have a worldwide, network being collapsed when we have, such problems? Because people are like, why are we doing this outside all around the world? We have our problems here in the United States. Why are we doing it outside before we do it inside?
That is a good question, but it isn't actually a genius question. The reality is, so many of the problems here in America, for example, the drugs and like that, this is the point of origin. We're not just taking out the trail, we're taking out the source. And that's why this is so critical at this moment in time. Trump has shown the resolve to go out to these disparate places that all have got tentacles coming into America trying to rip us apart and, go at the source. And seeing it fall apart in these other places, these support mechanisms for the traders within, literally. Where's the international support going to be as we disclose more and more of what Maduro was actually up to?
Mm-hmm.
Is there going to be support, including money and rhetoric and like that, to support the Clintons when the truth of what they've been doing comes out? I've been tracking someone in South America's movements for several years who's a very, 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 very bad player, and protected by Western intelligence agencies. And this person is as evil as anybody on the planet. One of his key places that he was rallying from was Venezuela. Without that there, I suspect that he will meet justice somewhere very, very shortly. And this is someone that has a history here in the U.S., as he should. We want him to face justice.
Yeah.
But we'll take whatever we get. That cannot be tolerated. So whatever. In the case of Maduro, just like Trump said, look, I mean, it could have gone a different way. He might not have survived the gunfight there as we were there to take him. But we were going to take him one way or another. He was not going to continue to be a threat to Venezuela or the world. And, taking care of business.
Definitely. So, Colorado, they don't have the
Oh, okay, Michael. When I first saw all the explosions, I thought they were busting Tina out. I thought that was Colorado. I thought, finally he's going to go in.
I thought that was going to happen too.
I saw the helicopters. I saw the explosion. I saw finally they're going to go get Tina.
Exactly what
the thing. I apologize for interrupting you, but you threw that softball in there low speed. I had to swing at it. I was looking at the first pictures of Maduro being escorted with Marines on each shoulder, right, handcuffed, and then he's in the boat, and he's got noise canceling headphones on. He's got the blackout glasses on. Don't let you see anything. These are the gamer glasses that you don't see anything around you. And he's all cuffed up. He's got a water bottle in his hands. He can't hear. He can't. There's nobody to talk to. He doesn't know what's going on around him. And I was thinking, well, gosh, I wonder if I could do an AI of Polis.
Oh yeah.
In the same situation, because I'm telling you,
I'm glad you said that. I was hoping you would go there.
Well, let me just say this to Polis and to a couple of the other people there in Colorado in lead positions.
Yep.
Maduro had a chance to back up, back off, get the fuck out of the way, and he waited too long. He tried to get too much of a deal. He could have taken an early deal, saved everybody a lot of trouble and expense, and Trump would have honored the agreement, let him go. Those folks in Colorado think they're being smartasses. They're going to come up against Trump. He's just getting warmed up. And by the way,
yes, sir.
Venezuela and Maduro specifically, and the whole criminal cabal that came out of there, where's Dominion headquarters in the U.S.? It's right there in freaking Colorado. You
Really?
think Trump is going to just let you get away with it? It's a seditious act on the part of the governor of Colorado, attempting to undermine the authority of the president of the United States and the pardon. He's challenging President Trump. Who do you think is going to win this battle? You want to take bets? I'm like giving really great, odds on this bet that Trump is going to kick Polis's ass so hard, that star in his ass. I mean, he's going to put, those silver tips like guys like put in their pointy boots. Trump's going to put his cowboy hat on, put the silver tips on his boots, and kick Polis in the ass so hard the left cheek is going to think it got hit first when the right cheek got obliterated. Okay? Because we're not going to allow this type of seditious activity to stand to undermine federal authority. And they want to do that. And I can tell you right now, Polis and the rest of the people there in Colorado and in these high government offices, they're in an echo chamber. They're listening to a bunch of yesterday's old moronic shit for brains, asinine people thinking they still have Biden in office, who was put there through fraud coming out of Venezuela.
Right.
Hello.
Now, another
Think
thing
about
I saw
that.
too is the CIA is on the right side, it seems like right now. I know there's probably
Well,
still
you've got a few people there. Let me just add this. You were there.
Yeah.
There's a lot of pretty amazing people there. There really is, who have amazing history. I just talked with one of them a few hours ago, one of my greatest friends, one of the greatest experts on that part of the world, maybe the best expert on that part of the world on the planet right now from an intelligence standpoint. And, it hurt when you have put a lot of life into some kind of a position, and then somebody comes in and mucks it up. I don't care if you were janitor at Disneyland and then you find out something horrible's going on there and you were working there. It stains, it taints your soul. And it hurts that you've done so much and then others come in and completely slime it out. Trump's found a few of the guys that he can trust, and trust but verify, and they've come in there and they did some amazing work. And the ones that are on the payroll to SES that have sold their soul, both at the CIA and FBI and all the other agencies, well, they're gonna, they better start thinking about their exit strategy, including the folks over at DEA. Oh, believe me, you got some folks over at DEA and at FBI and at CIA, most of them rallying out of Florida, that really need to start looking at, maybe Putin will take them to China, because they're not going to survive what's coming. The information on some of the stuff that they've got going on from other agency personnel who are just, they're not gonna, they are standing for it. They've cried out. They've, a lot of them had to leave. In fact, over the last several months, I've got several people. I might have the largest number of anybody in the world out of FBI and CIA that are ready to go back to work that left because they wouldn't be part of the crime. And it's not crimes, it's crime. It's just one big crime. It's all one big crime, all interrelated. Some of the stuff that the guys will tell you that they've, reported on, that they've whistleblown on, that they put their careers on the line over, is so stunning, so atrocious. You would never believe that U.S. Citizens would even be capable of some of these crimes against the world. And they're going to get exposed. They're going to get taken out. We're going to clear it. So I guess I better
another
bow out
country.
pretty quick here. Everybody's showing up to take pictures of me.
I know I was about to ask you about the Chinese, and here they are. So they're hot on you right now. So you need to make an exit, I guess. But the Chinese, I think they're going to go the same way as Iran. They're basically going to collapse. The bad guys in China. What are your thoughts?
Well, in many ways, that already happened a bit some time ago. There's been a loss of power by Xi. The generals are running it, and I'll just say this: at the end of the day, China's being run by the banks out of the city of London, and
unbelievable.
The people that they're pulling that off, and the Hong Kong thing and all that.
Yeah.
It's like the wildest James Bond movie you've ever seen. Spectre's alive and well type of thing. But a lot of those networks are being compromised internally, under their own weight, because they get so unwieldy, and then they attack each other, and it's a fight for power all the time. But China's got enough going on that I would be very hesitant to say that it's going to collapse, even like the Soviet Union did. It's a more complex monster, and it's something where those banks that we're dealing with globally still feel that they have options available to them, and some of that goes into the silver and gold and like that. So there's
Melania wore her silver dress. Was she doing the semaphore thing?
Hey, language of semaphore, man. Hey, can you even come up with a better script than that? As I've been telling people all the way along, he sends messages right in plain sight with Melania's dresses, right? So there she begins the new year with silver, and you can't even improve on that on the script in the background. By the way, Jen and I just released. I haven't done any fanfaring. I've been too busy. But early this morning, your time, late last night, we posted our 2026 coin. It's the Called from our movie, The Called.
Oh, beautiful.
The
I'm have to get some of that.
year. Yeah, the 5th year anniversary is coming up in just a few weeks. And of course, it's all about the elections. Remember, President Trump called the American people to be present when the electors were going to vote on January 6th on the Biden victory. That was a fraud on America, again, based on stuff that came out of Venezuela and Maduro. And so, and we had the largest gathering of American people ever in Washington, D.C., depending on who you want to listen to. Somewhere between 1.5 and 2 million people showed up in the dead of winter. Yeah, bigger than any other assemblage of the American people. And by the way, they had 500 operatives from the intelligence agency that they've acknowledged, direct employees and contractors there to manage the crowd into this riot.
I was like, there's some shady stuff going on in this crowd.
Oh yeah, anybody could see
they
it.
impede everything, so you couldn't send anything out. I was like wanting to send
Yeah.
off. So
Well, but think about this. What they intended to do, they didn't have enough people, even with those numbers, because the American people so overwhelmed them that they couldn't pull off the shenanigans, the fraud that they had intended to cause the riot and everything else.
And
the will of the
people knew
were
there was
willing.
going to be some mischief going on there. So we probably would have had 4 or 5 million there if there wasn't any, known mischiefs coming.
That's very true, because a lot of people stayed away because they just knew
Yeah.
something was going to. They just knew it.
You and I are like, "Look, there's going to be mischief. I'm going.
Well, I was there. Jen and I were there
Yeah.
as the movie shows. And by the way, I think Jen has a link up for the movie. It had about 5.5 million views.
Wow. Yeah, that was a great movie. Or is a great movie.
Remember how hard they were shutting things down. So we said that we gave it to the world for free, right? Anybody download and share. So people, as fast as they could take it down, it got put up by other people. Some people were more successful than others in getting out. But I had about 5.5 million views. And so to kind of commemorate that, we've got the new coin up for 2026, and I've got probably the lowest price it'll ever be for right now. It's a proof quality, so it doesn't go into
we'll put it in the
spot or
description box so people can get it. But I'll definitely be getting it. I love to get at least 10 of those, and that's going to be cheap in the future, because I think we're going to see $5,000 plus dollar silver in the future, next couple of years or so.
Anybody that bought silver, I hit the bottom of silver in that couple year period, the day that we released our first 2023 coin.
Yeah,
and I have a bit of a history there. By the way, go look up the atomic weight of silver.
107.
No, I'm like a little connection there, but nobody's lost a penny on the silver that Jen and I have put out the prices.
I'm very pleased. I'm very pleased. Yeah.
Oh, and I expect, just as you said, that it will go up significantly more yet.
Yeah.
That's the other part of the fight. It's the elections, honest elections, and honest money, and that's where.
So that
Trump
will
is
help
putting-
bring down the city of London, do you think? So that's the real culprit we need to be. I joked on my show yesterday, maybe we need to just go in and bomb the city of London, but I don't think the Brits would like that so much. So we're not going to do that. But the only other way we can take that down is to take away their money.
Well, let me just say this: the British people, I really enjoy British people all through the Commonwealth. There's so many beautiful people and places. However, there is a criminal cabal running the city of London. This the old Roman city, the old Roman wall city within the city, where all the 100 main banks within this international reserve system are domiciled. And of course, a lot of people talk about the biz, the location in Switzerland where everything's resolved at Bank of International Settlements like that. But in Basel, but the core to it is the city of London, and that's the other part of the fight, because they're enslaving the world with their reserve policies, their fiat money. And so going back to honest money tied to actual tangible material, silver and gold is key to getting us back on track across the world and getting the world running again, bringing energy back online. By the way, who was in charge of the whole green movement? That's the Brits, King Charles, that whole club, to try and get the world to shut down the ability to produce and run and pick and choose the winners, and turning on the oil back in Venezuela, getting oil prices down to where they can be so that the world can go back into a productive phase again, getting out of the Jimmy Carter cardigan sweater crowd, fireside chat with a sweater on, because you can't even have the fire up warm enough to keep the room warm, right? You got to have a sweater on top of it. All this bullshit. By the way, let me just add one more thing. Biden was horrible, but most all of these problems, these globalists, they have puppets. And one of the early puppets that, people don't want to hear because the propaganda is so hard, so strong. But before it's all over with, you're going to find out that a lot of these things happened, got their initiation under Carter.
Yep.
Iran went off the rails in Carter. And these globalistic crowds. So that's going to come out. SES was created under Carter. Bush is the one that put the whole package together over at CIA as a result of the Church Committee hearings. And then the Inspector General's office has been cutting off the flow of funds. That had a bit to play with. You'll find out eventually over at Justice Department, Tina not getting out, and some shenanigans going on in the background there. That all came under Carter, and then the hostage rescue mission, showing the weakness of America with its failure. Reagan brought back, Morning in America, Dawn in America, and stuff like that. But it was he didn't have the depth of support needed, and I don't think we fully understood
about that too, because Carter had just destroyed the American military so much that it was amazing that Reagan even got anything done. So we're looking at Noriega, taking down Noriega in the Panama invasion. It was amazing that we're even able to do that, because it was a fast workup to get the military back up to speed. And
you and I
a lot of stuff in Panama that was very suspect, military wise. So
you and probably had a similar experience. Guys that were around from the 60s, 70s into the 80s, that were truly old school within the intelligence community. They were there when the Church Committee hearings happened, the embarrassments, the exposure, things going on there. But then when Carter, right off the bat, early in the administration, said, we're going to gather our intelligence with satellites. And so we're cutting off all the human intelligence. We're not going to pay off any of our, spies in Iran, et cetera, the mullahs and all that. We're just going to cut that off because we'll get what we need from listening devices, from satellites, et cetera. And he decimated the intelligence community. And the ones that were left were guys like Brennan. Okay.
Wow.
And you have a lot of guys that, stepped out and said things. Most of them didn't say it in public, but, to guys like you or I, they had a thing or two to say about what was going on. And that, all of that was right. Everything has come true. I hear people's voices ringing in my ears, well, this is going to happen and that, but I won't be around to see it, but you will if you live. So, but now we're seeing the come around on this, and Trump, if it wasn't for Trump, like Trump said, he would never have let the seizure of American oil companies' assets across Venezuela happen the ways it happened under the Bush administration, Clinton administration, Bush administration. You never let that happen. And we're going to go back and reimburse people and let them have access back to their properties and leases and until we're paid back. And it'll be a message to anybody else who wants to come in and try to pull the same thing out in the future. They may have got away with it for a while, but America's going to come back, and the exposure of the frauds in the election system will, stop a lot of this mischief for a very long time. And by the way, just to reiterate something I said in your last show, Trump is going to declare a national emergency related to elections and order that all the voter rolls have to be completely redone within the context of that national emergency. Nobody's going to defy him. And then hand count, paper ballot, no machines. Why no machines? Because of what happens. Smartmatic into all the other election machines, the collusion of intelligence agencies across the world, internal traders. That's all going to come out. We are going to have a hand count paper ballot 2026. And this is the first big move to bring this to the surface, to bring this out into the open. So, enjoy the show.
Screed still basically expose all that, I believe. And then we're going to see, we're already starting to see the corruption is so widespread. It's the Democrat method of operation to come in and do fraud. We're going to see trillions of fraud all across the country.
Well, let me add though, in fairness, a lot of Republican rhinos.
Sure.
When I first was dealing with this back with the Collier brothers in Florida in the 80s, and I first met them in the late 70s, I think 79. Jim, and then Ken later, the Collier brothers with vote scam. In fact, one of my guys, Mark Cook, who does the hand count paper ballot roadshow, Mark Cook has posted over on his site the lost interview of Jim Collier. And it's, if you listen to it, it's like rehearing about elections right now. Oh my gosh. It's just stunning how he nailed it 30 years ago. And when we didn't know all the rest of the stuff we know today, when this is all over, Jim and Ken Collier, who they created Hawaiian Tropic suntan lotion in buckets and sold it bottled on the street. Great guys. In fact, I got to be the Hawaiian Tropics car for an event. I had one of my Shelbys, a very, very rare Shelby that I had, a white one, and one of 6 that Carol had built at the time. And got to carry a couple of the Hawaiian Tropics girls on the back and back seat, and waving, holding onto the roll bar like that. It was pretty cool.
One of my judge too. I got to be a judge of some of those. And I was like, that was fun.
Well, and that was kind of part of the thing is that when I showed them the pictures, in the 80s of that, they're like, oh, okay, well, we are friends. And but yeah, they should be honored when we honor people like Tina Peters and many others. Oh my gosh, the number of great Americans that have showed up to challenge the vote fraud, these vote scams across the world.
With their own money, with their own money, and the deep state's money. So I applaud them. I agree. We should really applaud them.
We really and I don't know how, but just like Tina, the personal cost, there isn't any money that can take care of that. No, but there is some remuneration needs to happen. And by the way, Justice, one thing that has to happen in Colorado, and it's one of the things I'm going to deal with here at some point, we're getting close. We gathered together $250,000 to have a recount
Yeah.
on the primary campaign for Tina when she was running for Secretary of State. And I was one that asked her to do that. After the Attorney General, I take it back, it was the prosecutor, made her, in order to get bail, down from like $500,000 to $25,000, she had to agree to remove herself from office. Totally illegal. Totally illegal. I mean, that's got to be addressed criminally, I think. But also, when we did I said, no, you got to run for Secretary of State. And she did, in spite of the fact that they were talking about revoking your bail for doing that. And then we had to come up, we knew we won the primary. They frauded it, got $250,000 for a recount. And then the state of Colorado ran the most corrupt, crazy, stupid recount you can ever imagine in your whole life. Mark Cook was there, present, saw it all, got the documentation. We're going to go take that whole state to court on the way they did stuff. They think they got away with shit. They're going to find out that just like Maduro, you should have taken the deal, you dumbasses.
Yep. F around and find out. So, I mean, there's so many different things that, we can look at. As Tina Peters, remember, she flew into Mike Lindell's in a event where they're disclosing election fraud. And they told her if she went that they would arrest her when she came back, and she went anyway.
Well, and the first time I met Tina in person was after that presentation. And we, spent about 5 hours together, kind of going through what I expected to happen, etc. And the context was that the equipment that was used to actually record the stuff off of her machine was equipment that I provided to that contractor. So, I had a little skin in the game there. And,
nice, good job.
The end result was all of this drama. I would not have advised her to do that presentation that day because I was not. I had asked Mike to do a fly around and hold off when just a couple days after he announced that we were both down in Dallas at an event, and we're in privately with Trump and talked. And I said, gosh, Mike, I don't think you understand it. And I knew where the information was coming from.
Yeah.
And, but I do think on the whole that it still was a plus. I wasn't happy about the way it went, but when you look back at history and eyes on and the tension level and like that, I think it moved the ball forward, and that's undeniable at this point in time. So even if you had problems with the way it happened, it's in the history books now, and we're on the way to some amazing wins. So, hey, I've got to bow out.
Thanks.
It went long on Trump not doing the news conference right off, and then the news conference went long, and I've got to get ready for a flight. So I apologize, but we'll talk again shortly. A lot of things will happen over the next few days, and go get your the called coins before they go up in price.
I'm headed over there right now. So thanks for coming on, Juan. Much appreciated.
Always appreciate it. So, Michael, I am so appreciative getting to do stuff on short notice with you. And we do have a different kind of a conversation than I can have with some of the other folks. And I apologize for interrupting you. I just get excited.
No, I do too. Great, Juan. Thanks a lot, and safe travels.
All right. Appreciate the whole audience. And by the way, say a prayer tonight for Tina.
Definitely.
It can't come too soon. It's coming. Can't come too soon. And thank you to God Almighty that we have Trump in position and these things are taking place now. This is critical stuff that I've waited my whole life for this to start turning the corner. Let's go get them.
Yep. Booyah. Hello, everyone. It's Michael Jacob with Unleashing Intuition Secrets. Is President Trump about to lose his properties in New York? Of course, he was at the WEEF, and he said that the globalists were done. He said that those responsible for the 2020 election fraud were going to be, arrested. So he didn't endear himself to anyone at the WEEF, and looks like they're striking back. Right. So there's lots involved there. Now I'm looking at crypto. Crypto's down pretty hard, 3 to 4%. But silver is blowing past new highs. It is at almost 106. It's 105.98 as I'm speaking in the early trades. Platinum hit an new all-time high. Palladium hit a new all-time high. Gold over $5,000. So and the monetary system is being replaced. The fiat currency, the banksters, the globalists, all are being taken down. They're going to strike back, and they're trying to seize President Trump's New York properties. It's pretty crazy. So China's military also, they try to do a coup. It says China's military says top general undermine Xi Jinping's authority. Basically tried to do a coup. So I guess it got stopped out. Probably some arrests, probably going to be some executions. Of course, the military is pretty much what runs China. China basically, there's no real constitutional authority there at all. And hasn't been since the Chinese military seized power and placed in puppets, right? So for the Chinese military to try and take over from, we've heard these rumblings already in the past, Xi Jinping, it's who's really doing the seizing? Yeah, Tina, yeah, good question. Who's doing the seizing? So is it the communist? Is it? I think so. Or is it some rich billionaire Chinese trying to exert their power, something like that? That's probably where it's at. So we'll see, how this goes going forward. But as far as looks like silver went all the way to 106.64. So really jammed up there, and gold 5,021. So really cranking on the futures. It's going to go back and forth probably. Right now, platinum is down. It was up big before. Silver's pulled back from its all-time high. It's not as high now. All right, so we'll see some volatility here as the banksters get taken down. All right, so they're going to try and push back, just like they're doing against Trump. So Trump says individuals will soon be prosecuted for 2020 election. This was at the WEF. He said he called the rigged 2020 election continuing his fixation on an election he lost. Of course, this is the Politico, the lamestream media. Everybody who knows that, he said the 2020 presidential election was rigged, and people will soon be prosecuted for what they did. Trump did not elaborate, but as we've been talking about for quite some time, their days are numbered, and it sounds like he's letting them know that we're tightening the noose. All right. So now, what's going on with Trump's properties? That's very interesting. So Trump Tower, there's some sources that say Trump Tower will be seized tomorrow. And what happened is kind of like the bonds that he had on that from an assurity bond company, because Letitia James, who's a criminal, is trying to, because she's got fraud going on with money laundering and so forth, and also she's New York, right? She's in New York, and Mamdani's in office. So Kathy Hochul, all of us are calling these people out. We know they're criminals. Everybody knows they're criminals. They know they're criminal, and all they can do now is fight till the end, right? Fight till the end. And that's pretty much what's going on. So let's look at this one. I'm going to share this one little piece of information. Give you a little snapshot of what's actually going on, and it has to do with the Japanese bond market, which was collapsing last week. So this assurity company pretty much didn't have the money, and so they withdrew their bond. And so now we have New York is, instead of giving like normally 30 days so that someone can find another bond company or whatever, or come up with the money or whatever, they're pushing it to, he's got 24 hours. So this is going to go back. A judge has to approve this, so we'll see what happens. But here's the background on it.
We would never see. For a decade, Donald Trump has been the Teflon Don. Impeachments bounced off him. Indictments boosted his poll numbers. Civil judgments were delayed, appealed, and bonded away. He seemed to live in a reality where consequences were for other people. But this morning, Saturday, January 24th, 2026, the Teflon just melted. Breaking news out of New York City has plunged the American presidency into a state of absolute chaos. A New York State Supreme Court justice has just issued an order for the immediate execution of judgment against the Trump Organization. This isn't a threat. This isn't a warning. This is a seizure order. As we speak, the New York City Sheriff's Office, the agency responsible for enforcing civil judgments, is reportedly preparing to serve foreclosure notices on some of the most iconic properties in the Trump portfolio. We are talking about 40 Wall Street. We are talking about the Trump Tower commercial spaces. We are arguably talking about the private jet. Why now? Why when he is sitting in the Oval Office? Because the financial contagion we talked about yesterday, the Japan bond crash, has claimed its first high-profile victim, the bonding agency that was securing Trump's massive civil fraud appeal. The liquidity crisis in Tokyo caused a margin call in New York. The insurer pulled the bond. Trump, cash-strapped from the campaign and the ongoing legal wars, couldn't replace it in the 24-hour emergency window given by the court. The stay is lifted. The shield is down. For the first time in American history, a sitting president is facing the active liquidation of his private business empire by a hostile state government. The Secret Service is currently in a standoff with local law enforcement regarding access to these buildings. The White House counsel is screaming for the Supreme Court to intervene. And the president is reportedly apoplectic, threatening to federalize the National Guard to protect his property. We are watching the collision of capitalism, the Constitution, and the crash. In this special report, we are going to break down exactly how this happened.
All right. So everything's coming to a head. We've talked about this for a little bit now. It's quite substantial, all of the different aspects that are happening. Like she talked about the old guard, the old New World Order. That's never going to be a New World Order. It's old and it's going bye-bye. All right. So they're not going to be able to, push much longer, but they still have, some assets still in play, some assets still there. Pam Bondi was supposed to go after Letitia James. She brought her up on charges, but it never stuck. Same thing with James Comey. So there's some problems within, the Trump organization, just like there was his last administration. He's got some people in there that probably need to be replaced. All right. We could have had a lot of other aggressive people. Who's that one congressman down in Florida? She starts with a G. Can't think of his name right now. He would have been fantastic because he was a go-getter. But they brought up some kind of, whether it's true or not, some kind of horseshit, I think, that it was he was a pedophile or something. So he just bowed out instead of going forward. I don't think it's going to, last much longer. That we're not going to see these people arrested. It's Matt Gaetz. Yeah, Art on the Lake. Thanks. So it's definitely going to be a knockdown, drag out all the way to the end, guys. You're not going to see the deep state go, you win. We're just going to step aside and head off into the sunset. No, they're going to have to be ruthlessly taken down because they're ruthlessly trying to destroy America right now and destroy President Trump because he's at the head of an organization, that is basically collapsing them. Head of an organization, right? Trump was picked for that spot. So, and he's done a very good job. Now, a lot of people, put him on a pedestal, think it's all him. It's not. He is a figurehead for something that is quite large and quite substantial behind him that's been put together probably for hundreds, maybe thousands of years to take down this deep state, guys. This control system that has been controlling and knocking hell out of humanity for a long time. And you know how Trump likes to say, we're going to knock the hell out of them. All right, so that's what we're going to do with the deep state. But in the meantime, we have some significant problems. One of those is pedophilia. We know that deep state is very much into pedophilia, adrenochrome, and so forth, and they protect pedophiles. Now, I want you to listen to this gentleman. It's a undercover police detective, what they're not telling you. So what some of the things that, I gleaned from this is that it must be absolutely horrific, being an investigator and looking at the videos of the crimes committed against children, especially like this detective talks about, he has children, right? So little children you see little children being abused in the most horrific way. I can't imagine. I can imagine a lot, but I can't imagine probably what he's seeing, right? And neither can you. And many of you don't want to know or want to see, but you do want justice to be upheld. Now, we know that this pedophilia runs all the way through the very top of our elite structure, right? And the elites who will not be elite much longer. All right, so these guys, have control over these systems that protect them and so forth. But you're seeing more and more information. I bring this out quite often. I've been bringing it out over the last 5 years. Really great guests that have revealed. There's a lot more still to be revealed. Now, let's listen to a little clip of this.
Today's guest is Darren Ryan.
I've seen stuff that I wish I never saw, but I can't change that.
Darren is a former UK undercover police detective. He worked with counter-terrorism and organised crime.
What you see is so dark that you can't be prepared for that and how you react to it.
He was later tasked with the harrowing work of online imagery and child protection.
Each image is a crime scene. Each image is a child victim. Each image is a suspect or a number of suspects. There is nothing normal about that job. Doing that job and investigating paedophiles and looking at images of kids, your brain cannot rationalize it. Harrowing days of investigating and looking after image after image after image, dealing with suspect after suspect after suspect. We're not talking one or two images, we're talking about thousands and hundreds of thousands.
Hunting paedophiles came at a cost. When did you notice something had changed in you? Darren developed CPTSD, struggled with alcohol, and the abandonment of the force. Crown prosecution, they're against you sometimes, and you've got to let that guy go.
So they go against you, like you said, and you've got to let that guy go. Now, a lot of times, letting that guy go is like Prince Andrew, right? That we saw was basically, we had the visual images. We had Guthrie, Virginia Guthrie, basically come out and basically say that Prince Andrew had, his eyes, they're pretty spooky, right, Katie? So, you think who you're around, but he goes on to talk about how 85 to 95% of people that molest children are known by the child, right? Like Prince Andrew, right? So the Epstein files, how much of the Epstein files has come out? Only 1% of the Epstein files have been released. And we know Bill Clinton is all over that. Hillary Clinton, all over that. I don't know, but I may have a woman that's has pictures of Hillary Clinton dining on children, right? And you've heard my stories of how I would not, I kind of threatened that I was part of her protective detail. So I know of all the former Navy SEAL, Dan Bongino, all these guys, protective details for Hillary Clinton. What? WTF, right? WTF, guys. I know both of those guys have leaned on me because I've done some other things that obviously they're part of organizations that are suspect. So anyway, he didn't last very long there in the FBI, did he? Was it because he was frustrated and want to move on, or did they finally catch up with some of his dark closet stuff? Yeah. So I would say that's probably what we're looking at. Yeah, Rachel Chandler. There's so many guys. There's so much in this swamp. Frazzle Drip, yep, is now in archives. Yeah. Frazzle Drip, supposedly on Anthony Weiner's laptop. That we've never seen anything on that, right? But I guess everybody that was saw that, the police that saw that, like you saw that detective that was talking about how horrific some of the stuff he saw is. You can't wrap your mind around it. We've heard stories of police detectives looking at stuff on Anthony Weiner's laptop that he had for protection in case the Clintons or the deep state, whatever, turned on him, that he would release that. So they got that and they looked at that, and supposedly there's Frazzle Drip on there with Hillary Clinton. Frazzle Drip being basically you cut the face off of a child to traumatize them so that when the adrenochrome you're going to get from them is infused with that trauma, is infused with adrenaline. And from that, so I remote viewed this. I was like, why do they do that? You and I, we love, being, doing amazing, beautiful things with our children and so forth, creating beautiful experiences for them. But these dark people in upper levels of like the Clintons and the Royals are doing these things to children. Why? Just like we, get, a great rush and we love, have birthday parties and going to, amusement parks and so forth. And the children, they're just so happy and we are happy for them. They enjoy the fear and they get off on it. And then they infuse the child's blood with that fear and they ingest it, and it puts them into an altered state of consciousness, which is beyond any other drug that's out there for them. All right. And that's why they do these things. And that's what I got from the remote view. There's a lot more to that remote view, but I don't have time to go deeper into that. But anyway, this is something we should never, ever be kind and nice to these people. All right. We should go after them and we should prosecute them with extreme justice, right? Extreme justice means we're going to when we raid them, if, we know certain things, like when I was in the SEAL teams, and then there were raids where take prisoners if they don't have weapons. All right. So there were different raids that we would do. Right. So for these people, there should be no one lives on this raid. All right. Yeah, no one lives on this raid. All right. So anyway, there's some serious things that are going on out there. Now, a lot of you are like, well, that's the elite. They're out there doing their thing. It doesn't impact us. Oh, no, it does impact us. And let me show you, this is probably happening on a massive scale that we don't hear about throughout the U.S. All right. This is in Arkansas. Daughter's rapist after justice system failed to protect her. So his 13-year-old daughter. So this was a parental rights, self-defense, failures in the criminal justice system. So if they protect someone on the lower level, just like they're trying in Wisconsin and Minneapolis and other states, to protect the illegals when they do criminal activity, let them out right away and all kind of crazy stuff, then it's hard to go after them because it's all the way down the line, and we're just trying to work our way up the ladder. And we need to start going at the top. We need to start going after the top, and then work our way down. Screw this working our way up. So all right. So I guess the dad woke up and found that, his daughter was missing, jumped in his truck and raced down the street, basically, pushed this guy off the road in his truck, was trying to get his daughter back, and this guy was fighting him. What the hell? Right? Oh my God. So, this is the circuit court. Judge Barbara Elmore, imposed a broad gag under restricting public discussion and limited access to proceedings, so that when she got this guy off, so that, she's protecting the other pedophiles that are higher up, you can't talk about it as a gag order. All right. So, that's bullshit. So this dad has basically announced that his candidacy for sheriff in Lonoke County. Boy, I hope he gets it. And I hope he gets off of these stupid charges. All right. But this is part of, the woke, sheriffs and so forth that they're pushing on us, like we're seeing in Minneapolis and many other deep state, cities and so forth. It's out of control. It's out of control. And we need some good sheriffs out there. All right. New York Times insists no one knows what is behind staggering fall in U.S. murder rate. Hello, that's President Trump, sealed the border, going after criminals, got ICE going after criminals. Hello, New York Times. So it's even to the point where it could be one of the most significant decreases in the history of the United States in crime rate, right? And it looks like just this year that he's been in, they haven't got all the results yet, but this last year he's been in more than 125 years. You have to go back 125 years, all the way back to 1900 to find, and the New York Times says he's like, it couldn't be Trump. He's going to try and take credit for that. Wow. So New York again. New York. Frank Sinatra was rolling over his grave. I don't know. He's a mafia guy. I don't think he would have liked the way New York's gone. So in Minnesota, you cannot carry a firearm. You can if you have a concealed carry, like you can in most states, but you can't, have it when you're committing a felony, which is basically what this one guy who just got shot in Minneapolis was doing. He was interfering with law enforcement, which is a felony, and he had a gun. All right. He FA'd and FO'd. Right. So this is the way this is going. And the deep state is going to push back, guys. All right. So I got dinner planned, so gotta jump. But lots of love out there. Stay in the love vibration. You guys that are in the storm path, lots of love to you. Hello, everyone. It's Michael Jaco and Unleashing Intuition Secrets. Got a little emergency broadcast here with Juan. It's going to give us some insights on Iran. Juan, thanks for joining us.
Hey, beautiful to talk with you, Michael. And, just because of both of our histories and then your audience specifically, there's so much going on right now. Of course, the Venezuela stuff and other things, and then now Iran. And I've been on that for so long. I had a very early history a little bit with Iran, so I feel a connection there that I thought maybe it might be worth taking a few minutes before everybody gets in there and gives them 50 other things going on to kind of give a feel for what's happening there right now.
Very good. Very good.
The short version is about 2 weeks ago, the people of Iran, started really coming on strong against the regime. Mm-hmm. And that's not happening in a vacuum. Let's just be realistic about what the rest of the story is. There have been Starlink communications devices that were brought into Iran over the last couple of months. And then they've moved the satellites to where they're in a better position to cover Iran here, just recently added some. There's not, and I just got a phone with somebody that's tied, very, very, very closely to Crown Prince Reza Pahlavi. He's the son of the Shah of Iran. At a technical level, he would be king of Iran had his father lived. He doesn't have a desire to come back as king. But he is concerned for the country. In fact, I've attended, over the years, meetings with Iranian citizens here in the U.S., out in D.C., events that have been put out there, since the 80s. And, we hear about the situation in Iran, the problems, the crises, what the government's doing and like that. And so I've been, kind of keeping my thumb on it. Of course, we've had the Crown Prince here in the U.S., in Virginia, and in a kind of a protected situation, but he's out in public pretty regularly. And in fact, he's probably going to be meeting, this isn't publicly known, so I won't give the precise data, but he's going to be meeting with someone from Israel, who's a very high-ranking person, probably as soon as tomorrow. And then there is a meeting at Mar-a-Lago where he's speaking on Tuesday. So he'll be there for events. It's interesting on the timing, right? How accidental or planned is that timing? And so he'll get a chance to have breakfast, meet with Trump, speak at this event if Trump wants to meet privately, which he'll almost certainly want to. And look at the options. Now, the Crown Prince this morning early said that he was looking to return to Iran to be present to help with putting things back online, but that he is not coming back to take any official position. That would come only after a vote of the people, and they don't know, what the people would want, whether they want him to come back as a royalty type situation or an elected situation, which is far more likely. And he just wants the best for Iran. And if they want to vote somebody else in, he'll go into the sunset. But he has been rallying the Iranian population, the diaspora outside of Iran, during all of this time since his father fell, and being a rallying point to show what was going on within the regime, the horrors, the problems, and as a government in exile, if you will. So this is a pretty important moment. This, it's been equated to the fall of the Berlin Wall for an earlier generation. I think that's a pretty accurate comparison, because the people in Iran, I've mentioned this to your audience and others, frequently, the fastest growing Christian population in the world has been in Iran for many years now. And pushing back against the IRGC, the mullahs and these Islamic leaders that have hijacked control of Iran. And, they're not having elections. It's not, they're just being dictated over. And to give you an idea, just to understand how this regime has worked, they had an attempt back during Obama to, the Ayatollah just said, he didn't like one of the people that the Iranian people had wanted in an election. So he just announced that he's putting somebody else into power. It really ticked people off. The Iranians went to the streets and protested. They just wanted somebody in charge under the supreme leader who was more moderate, who wasn't as extreme. They weren't saying that they didn't want, or that they weren't trying to get regime change at that time. They were just trying to get somebody that was a little less extreme. And the supreme leader came back, and the Iranian security forces came back. And you have to understand that in order to be in the security force, you've got to be Islamic, you've got to be, even the military controlling the streets. There's no, even-handedness. This was regime. And so those people that were resisting and pushing back, they just got disappeared. Just give you an idea of what's going on in Iran. One of the things that really pushed people over the edge was they're in the middle of a drought. And so one of the big dams, I mean, think of what happened out at Lake Mead in Nevada. All the cars and the mob hits and all that start showing up when the water went down. Yep. There's a very, important dam about 25 miles out of Tehran, and provides power and all that. Well, the water level has been dropping and dropping and dropping because of poor management practices and other things, but also, supposedly a drought and all that. So this dam went way down. Well, all of a sudden bodies start showing up, and they end up finding 183 bodies so far.
Wow.
All of them dissidents that, they beat them up, they've tortured them, they've maimed them in so many ways. They don't want the family to see the body, so they just go dump it out at the dam. And that's the ones they've found so far. And pretty tough stuff. The other thing is, for example, at the meeting this year, earlier this last year, 2025, that Reza Pahlavi, hosts in D.C., they had a couple of the dissidents who were survivors that came and talked to those present, a couple thousand people, and explained what it was like currently in Iran. Well, in these two people's cases, they had been resisting the way that local policing forces were treating people in the neighborhoods, and of just being very harsh on them. And the context, by the way, I should mention this first. So when things really started to gain momentum was in the first Trump administration. And the mullahs were trying to be extremely hard-nosed. They understood that Trump was speaking against them. They didn't want the people to get going at all. So there was a very famous case where a young woman, one of the security people didn't like the way that her hijab showed just a little bit of skin on one of the wrists. And so they arrested her. And then they tortured her horribly while she was in custody, beat her, and unfortunately she went into got brain damage and ultimately died. And this was just a innocent girl that she just showed too much skin. Okay, they didn't like that, so she's dead. That really was the tipping point in the most recent history, because at that point, the common theme that started evolving within the community in Iran was you can't work with these people. All the way along, they've tried to come up with some, how do we work together? How do we live together? They wanted a more modern, Iran, just to give you the picture, Iran was the 5th largest economy in the world back in the 70s. 5th largest standing army in the world back in the 70s. And very modern. Even today, the people in Iran are the most educated population, really, in the Mideast as a whole. A lot of the people, 65 million, there's 90 million people there, 65 million are under the age of 50 years old and have, in many cases, not just 1 degree, but 2. So a very sophisticated type of a mentality. They're not like anybody else in the Mideast. Really, even people will say the Israelis like that. Yeah, even there, this is a very different population. So, and that was like the straw that broke the camel's back. And the population started to turn hard, along with the fact that there was this move of God, if you want to put it that way, this move towards Christianity. And this is the land of Esther in the Bible. This is the land where Daniel is buried from the Medes and the Persians when they overthrew Babylon. So Daniel's grave is one of the famous landmarks that people go to, and he was revered as a prophet in multiple religions. And so they have a lot of history there. We have a Christian move there, and it had been growing furiously over the last several years. When this happened, some of those communities, church communities, began talking privately with the policing forces and the military, and basically drawing a line in the sand, saying that we will tolerate, we'll work together. We're not going to just be fodder. We're not just going to turn the other cheek. We've tried that, and we're not going to be attacked in this way. We will protect our families. We have that right. And there was a bit of friction, but it was taken very seriously, and there was a couple incidences, and it started to back off. What had been happening now for the last several years was there was a practice that was becoming more and more common. And that was if somebody just had the slightest little thing where they were perceived as not falling in line with the regime, they would take them, and they had these pellet pistols, and they would shoot them in the eye, and you'd lose an eye. And so this year here in DC, we had a couple of the people who were, tagged as dissidents who had lost an eye where they'd been shot in the eye, but to blind them and to mark them so that they could be picked out on the street anywhere. And this had become far more common. And so the Iranian people had begun really arming up, learning how to make literally Molotov cocktails. And, by the dozens and hundreds even, and what materials to pull together to do that. And so this has been building and coming up for quite a while. Obviously, some assistance from the West, where they're getting the satellite phones that can work with the Musk system that were all through Iran. Not tens of thousands, but probably a couple of thousand so far, not nearly enough. And as the pushback began to go in earnest a couple of weeks ago, of course, they cut off the internet, and you couldn't get internet anywhere. You can't do any phone communications. But as fate would have it, the only people that actually do have communications are the dissidents who are communicating right now using those Starlink phones, and then also being able to get some videos out to the West to show what's actually happening. And so every night the people have been out in force doing all sorts of damage to the regime's central nodes where they work. So one of the things was in the past, the regime had cameras everywhere and facial recognition. And if somebody met with somebody, said something, they had voice stuff that they were literally listening to people on the streets with, if they didn't like it, they'd just follow them home on the cameras and then go pick them up, middle of the night and disappear them. So one of the very first things that happened when this whole unrest began a couple of weeks ago is there were groups of young men who had pinpointed all the cameras they wanted to take out in various places and literally were climbing the poles, going up against the buildings everywhere and destroying the cameras, removing them, painting them over, whatever they had to do to make it so that the cameras couldn't be used to track them. And then, they were attacking vehicles, for example, putting, Molotov cocktails under these black surveillance rigs that they all knew were IRGC people and security people. And several of them where they, literally blew them up and let the guys burn alive inside the vehicles. They also began selecting vehicles where they knew who the people were, some of the worst of them that had done the harsh deeds like shooting out people's eyes. And they chased them down, shot them in their cars right where they're at. Several car chases happening where that, it's gone both ways because protesters by the tens, dozens. And so President Trump had warned that if they were going to start attacking the people, that we would have to step in. And you've seen now during this exact same period that we've had C-17s and C-5As moving large volumes of equipment, first stop in England and then off to other areas here in Europe, staging, and the Mideast staging to be able to do something if needed to stabilize the area there in Iran. And so we're pretty well poised. The only question would be, is it going to be necessary? It's like when Trump did what we did with Maduro, and then he said, we had a second attack ready, but it doesn't look like we need it right now. Will we have to come in and intercede in order to get the IRGC out of Iran? And it looks like that may be not necessary because, and part of the reason for having this conversation right now, Michael, is that a number of the leaders are now acknowledged to have flown to Moscow, Qatar, and other countries in the area and are fleeing around. And other than the supreme leader who went out to a remote desert location in eastern Iran, which would give him access even into Afghanistan. And he's in an underground bunker out there. Probably he'll stay there until when we come and pick him up or somebody comes out and picks him up because he won't be able to. They thought that they were in an unknown location. And some of the protesters were actually able to get into one of the secure facilities and get access to the data and found where he had been moved, his communications with his own security forces. So this is moving very, very quickly with the leadership now on the run. The collapse probably is almost a fait accompli at this exact moment. For most people, one of the conversations I just had a few minutes ago, the concern would be that somehow the leadership would be able to hold the line long enough that they'd come back into power and then they would just wipe everybody out. But the numbers within the Iranian population that have shown up on the streets and have decided it's do or die we will not back down are so great that it would seem unlikely, especially with the Western support from Trump and like that, and even the hidden operations that brought it to a head right now. To think that this happens solely within Iran, and especially this timing all on its own, I think they got a nudge and a push to coordinate, because remember, Venezuela's collapse ties into Iran very, very, very precisely. I've mentioned to your audience, look at the one that nobody's talking about yet, South Africa. Iran and South Africa were working together, including up into the Congo. When you take out Iran from the equation in this disruptive, terroristic theater that we've been experiencing for the last 50 years, look at the Mideast. Iran and South Africa. Oh, did I lose you there?
Nope, you're good.
Okay, yeah, I heard a repeat. Iran and South Africa were coordinating their actions. And I'll get to something in a minute that's pretty critical. Remind me, I have to come back to South Africa in a second on something. And of course, into Central Africa, Congo, Uganda, Somalia, Niger and Nigeria. Iran's out there causing all sorts of problems. But just in the Mideast, Iran was the one that was supplying the missiles into Syria that were then going into Lebanon and into Gaza. They were the ones that were, really had a half a dozen countries in the Mideast that were essentially proxies of Iran, threatening to Israel continuously and keeping the pressure on. And if you take Iran, the mullahs out of the equation, and you cut that money supply, you don't just affect the Mideast, you affect really about 15 major countries around the world. That's how strategic Iran falling right now is. Do you think that's happening in a vacuum? The timing is tied intricately to Venezuela. Okay. And that relationship on the banking. And by the way, where were they running their money through? See, they were getting all sorts of money from oil that was being covertly traded around the world, and the energy from it, both Iran and Venezuela and some of the other groups that were tied into it. Where was that money being laundered through to get it into legitimate banking circles? Right where I'm at. So there's all sorts of mischief afoot, and we're playing a much bigger game than most people have realized. This is not, this is, people, when's something going to happen? When's an arrest going to happen? You know what? This has been being prepped behind the scenes in this administration. When people thought nothing was happening, it was happening. It just wasn't visible, laying the foundation for this, massive number of changes that are going to happen around the world this year. So it was kind of a long spiel, but I just thought I'd get some of those things on there, so people at least had a beginning point.
No, there's a lot of things that led up to, the Arab Spring. Kind of Iran was a little bit late to the game on that. And they thought that Obama was going to back them, but he didn't. And that's why they got massacred. Mm-hmm. So there's always the modus operandi where, the Iranian regime will come in and start to massacre their people. So if they do that, then I think, President Trump and probably Israel will get involved. Now, we saw the Hamas and Hezbollah basically annihilated by Israel. They were the two groups that were basically coming in and.
Yep. Well, and
it's a bigger picture, like you're talking about, that's been going on for a while now.
Yeah, think about it. The Shah, for most people in this audience, you're just not old enough or weren't involved enough to know this history, but the Shah was a very conservative friend to the West, and a stabilizing force in the Mideast. And what happened was under Carter, even Johnson before Nixon, Johnson called the Shah and thanked him profusely for all the work that he was doing, not just in the Mideast, but around the world, with money from their oil and access to oil and refineries like that from Iran. He was, very conservative friend of the West. And they painted him as a bad guy because of Savak, their intelligence agency, trying to put down rebel forces, if you will. Well, the rebel forces were all being pushed by Russia, Cuba, other communist groups against the West. And Savak was essentially CIA trained, and they had there's real questions looking back now as to exactly what the objectives were, with those people that were training there from CIA, because they were all tied, and I remember this even back in the day, they were all tied to this club of globalists. Remember, Jimmy Carter, every single member of his cabinet was a member of the Council of Foreign Relations, which at that time, in that era, in the mid-'70s, was very well understood to be a Rockefeller operation. It started with them. But everybody there had a particular worldview. And so when Carter came into power, all of the people that were part of his cabinet and down through all the advisors were all these Council of Foreign Relations people, and they were tied into this globalist mentality. Zabrinsky and others, that wanted to move towards a one world government, if you will, and coordinate all the governments around the world. And so they're advising Carter in the background. And just for this audience, think of what was really going on with Jimmy Carter. He has Bush Sr. in there as head of the CIA. He'd been in China as our, economic advisor to China because we didn't have an ambassador. Comes back, and then we needed a businessman because of the tail end of the Church Committee hearings, where we find out the CIA is up to all sorts of horrible mischief and regime change all over the world. And so Bush comes in there at CIA to kind of get things back on track. And what's he do? He puts before Carter two things to put in place with an executive order, which is the Senior Executive Service and then the Inspector General's office. And those two things controlled who stays in power between elected administrations. You can go on their Wikipedia site and see they're the keystone. That's their emblem for Senior Executive Service. And then the Inspector General's office directing the flow of money to or away from anything they didn't want to have happen. By the way, all the mischief going on over at the Justice Department even now. Look at what's going on with SES people that will probably be revealed at some point in time, and how they control the flow of money over to the Justice Department. So then, in that mind, in that idea, Carter, when he came into office, he's listening to the people behind the scenes. Carter famously talks about the fact that we're not going to pay for sources, information into the Mideast. We had all these mullahs and stuff on the payroll into the mosques and all that. We're no longer going to do it. We're just going to monitor our enemies with satellites. Because we can listen to conversations, we can watch their movements with cameras. They're so good now, we don't need any more of that stuff. Carter shut down the military in many ways. we went below 300 working ships in our Navy. And of the ships that were working, they were in such bad disrepair, and the crews weren't even getting gas to go out and train, that our Navy was, third world country Navy, really, unprepared to fight. When Reagan came in, he put all the money back into the Navy, had ships built, brought stuff out of mothballs, not just the New Jersey and the Missouri, but other stuff also, just to get us back up to speed because we had fallen so low. Carter literally pulled the guts out of our intelligence operations, starting with Iran. And so what happened next was almost predictable. And then the fall of the Shah. And by the way, just a little backstory that virtually nobody knows this. How did the Shah, and it goes to what's going on with the Musk satellite phones, which he didn't give them for free. He's getting $1. They were gone out and purchased separately, and he just happens to have the system that works. But this is an interesting correlation to the fall of Iran in '79 and what's going on right now, because communications is so critical. In that era, in the mid-'70s, cassette tapes had come on strong. Before that, it was 8 tracks and reel to reel. And so up until about the mid-'70s, it was all 8 tracks. And then the cassette came on, which was a smaller tape. And there was companies that made multi-record things. You could put a tape in to a recorder and duplicate, 6, 12, 18 tapes all at once. The cheap versions, you could record, 5 cassette tapes off of one tape in these very compact recorders. So Khomeini, who was the fearless leader, he's in a protected location in France. And so the Ayatollah Khomeini would do these long presentations and fatwas and everything else, but he wouldn't broadcast them. Nobody would hear it. In a Carter mentality, we'd hear him on the phone. We would hear it on the radios or something. We'd hear the communication somewhere. And so that's how we were going to stop any subversion anywhere in the world, right? Especially in the Mideast. But what happened was they got all of these tape recorders. So the Ayatollah would make a tape. It would go to Iran. They'd have thousands of these cassette tapes that were blank. They'd re-record them and then hand them out at the mosque like trading cards. And it didn't show up on anybody's data system. They were communicating privately. They got everybody all worked up. And supposedly nobody saw this coming. At the time, one of the interesting things was it was a USAID funded thing for communications to make the copies of the tapes for those recorders that found their way to Iran somehow. So you wonder whose side somebody was on that was doing that. But it got a underground movement going on inside Iran that supposedly nobody saw at the time, and over months and months, handing out these tapes to everybody in the mosque. They all got tuned up. They were ready to go. And then when the riot started, the protest started, he was unable to go back because the people rose up, and then the Ayatollah could come in and fill in the vacuum, and the Shah fell, and the takeover of Iran began. Communications being this key component. These Starlink capabilities have been key in a lot of what's happened with this administration, and the ability to assist people outside of other land-based communications or cell phone type communications, internet communications, to have a direct satellite uplink into a system that can't be monitored directly by those security forces. It bypasses all of it. And that's what just happened with Iran with these Starlink connections, organizing large numbers of people where they could communicate with each other, know what was happening, where the security forces were, where they needed to take out a car or a van or a person, and literally just going out and picking them off, starting with the worst offenders, the ones that, for example, are shooting out the eyes of people, torturing people, etc. And so now, at this moment, the key leadership over the last day has now been leaving the country. The ones that are down the list that don't qualify to have a private jet fly them out, a private boat, a neighboring country isn't willing to bring them in because they have something to offer, they're just stuck there. And the Iranian people are going to pick their bones clean because they are just so done with what's gone on up to this point in time. They're going to go out and get their pound of flesh. So that tell you anything you didn't already know or help you out a bit there?
Yeah, that's fantastic. Yeah, I think it's a bigger operation like you're talking about, along with Venezuela. So both of these countries basically being free from the globalistas, and that's a key point, and that's going to start to move, I think, around the world. When I was overseas, working in all the different Benghazi and Libya, and Afghanistan, Iraq, it was, and Beirut. Every time we had problems, especially in Iraq in the early stages, we knew it was Iranians that were causing the problems. So this will clean out a lot of that. The Middle East, I think, is going to be peaceful and good trade going between nations. This is a monumental movement that's happening right now.
Well, for example, I was just talking with one of my guys. There's still some unfinished business. Years ago, there was an explosion, killed several Jews in Argentina, one of their facilities. And so we knew all the way along that it was Iran that did it, Iranian operatives, but there just wasn't stomach to go in and deal with them. And this probably now is going to lead to something being done about that. As many years ago as it was, we knew who the players were, and I think you're going to see something happen there. And again, as I mentioned just a minute ago, the Crown Prince going and meeting with this very high-level Jewish leader, potentially as soon as tomorrow, in Florida, and then his speaking thing on Tuesday, a week from now. It's happening at a moment when there's already pre-scheduled access where you're in close proximity with people around Trump and with Trump himself. So it's not as much of an accident, maybe, as it will be projected as being, to the world for the most part. And I think within this audience, what I'm saying is you kind of want to be able to read between the lines. What President Trump's key people are doing from a military standpoint is we are proactively going out and removing threats across the world that have been allowed to fester and continue, secret handshake clubs, etc. And we're going right to the root ball of where they're at, rather than fighting them out at, the edges. We're going right to the heart of what's going on. You can go try to take the Iranian component out of the Congo, or you can just go take out the mullahs in Iran. Same thing with Ramaphosa in South Africa. You can try to fight the Iranian influence in South Africa, or you can just go back to Iran, take out the source of it. Even into Iraq, with all the work that we did in Iraq, and Iran fought a huge war that went on and on and on through the 80s, okay? with that in mind, and I mean, Iran is still controlling and influencing a significant portion of Iraq even today. They don't have enough power in Iran to take care of the Iranian people, literally the lights on, with their dam, running out of water and all the electricity issues and like that, and the gas powered stuff. They were still giving electricity to portions of Iraq to buy favor. And the way that the mullahs, the clerics, dealt with this was that they were extending the revolution to these other places as a buffer to them centrally to carry it on to other places. So that's the way they viewed places like the Congo and South Africa, Venezuela, the stuff in, they're starving their own people to death, and yet they're sending missiles to Lebanon. 300,000 missiles were shipped into Lebanon over a decade. 100,000 were in Gaza when this whole incident started, which is questionable on how it started. I get that completely. Believe me, I'm not, blind to the mysteries about the lead up to October 7th. But there was 100,000 missiles in there that Iran got in there. This stuff was going through Syria, the mischief into Syria. These leaders in Iran are probably responsible cumulatively, all the various places that they've been dealing with this stuff in the last 47 years, arguably responsible for somewhere between 25 and 50 million deaths.
Wow.
Okay. So no love lost here to take them out. That's
Okay.
for sure.
So probably going to see something change in South Africa. You want me to remind you about that? But I also,
let me just add. Well, go ahead, and I'll answer that. I'm sorry.
yeah, Cuba, I think, is maybe next on the list. We'll see.
I would say, yeah.
Yeah.
And Trump, I talked with your audience. I talked with many audiences, even before what just happened with Venezuela, about the fact that Cuba. I mean, you can go back to interviews we've done a couple of years ago. I've talked about the fact that Cuba was running Venezuela.
Good.
They were, you couldn't get a driver's license in Venezuela without approval by a Cuban. They were running it by proxy. And it was Russia that was doing that in the earlier years, and more recently China controlling all that, and
even
really,
Iran. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. So now look at the ships. Now I'm going to go a little edgy here, but let's have a conversation.
Cool.
Look at the ships that have been picked up with the oil. But there was a ship up in the North Atlantic that, when you look at the ship, it was picked up because it was, changing flags at sea. Okay. Supposedly, black market oil that wasn't supposed to be going anywhere. But look at the ship. That sucker's sitting so high out of the water, you almost could have flown it with aircraft jets, right? I mean, that the water line is so far down on the side of the boat, there's no oil in that thing. It's dry as a bone. Yet Russia came in and famously was also shadowing it with one of its subs, which surfaced while our U.S. Helicopter stopped and interdicted the vessel. If it didn't have oil on it, and it was a problem child that was headed for Russia, or in that direction anyway, what might have been going on there? So let me give you an alternate view of that. Was Russia shadowing it with one of their subs to protect it? Trump made a call. There's some scuttlebutt out there that Trump had a specific call with Putin concerning the ship. If their sub was following it, what were they following it for? To protect it? What are they going to shoot our aircraft out of the sky or something? No. What was on that ship? I'll leave that hanging for a second. And let me just say this. These types of regimes these types of groups, and I'm not talking Iran, I'm talking globalista. Who's really under attack right now with what President Trump is doing? It's the globalista. It's all of their monetary systems. It's all of their terrorist systems to manage and control the world. That's what's under attack. They're losing all of their control nodes to put pressure on the rest of the world with their terroristic stuff, to push the world. If you do anything that we don't want you to do, we can make you pay. We can make you pay here or there. You're always under threat. What was the threat that was out there before Trump with the election? They were searching, beating the brush every which way they could, looking for something with the drones up and down the East Coast. Remember that? And then there was other places they were looking too. Trump himself said that they're looking for some nuclear stuff. Okay, he said it before the election. Remember that?
Yeah.
There is, I think, credible, but still speculation, credible though, that one of the devices or more that we were looking for was in Argentina. And it had been ferried there from Iran. And that was what was on that particular vessel. And that got interdicted. If it wasn't there, then they're still looking for it. Now, the question was where was it actually going to? See, these devices that we're looking for are small enough. You could drop it at sea there and somebody else can pick it up a day later or something. Put it in a small boat, whatever. It didn't have to be a big boat that is easily seen and tracked by radar, some of our listening devices, etc. It may be because there's an understanding that Trump called Putin. The reason the Russian sub was there wasn't because they were there to protect that ship. They were making sure that nothing got handed off of that ship before we came and interdicted it. And the reason is because if there's material that was Russian in origin, there would be a signature, isotope signature, that would identify it as being Russian. And they don't want to, get credited for some type of event. And the context for this is the people that we're going after from a globalist standpoint have controlled the world's population with events like 9/11. There is a need at this point in time to do something so extreme, so dramatic, that it would slow down what's happening with Venezuela, Iran, Cuba, and other places that could come up. How are you going to try to slow down this momentum that is now coming into play right now? Some kind of a catastrophic event, attack, terrorism, whatever you want to call it, is what these people are capable of. And so, you could say, well, I don't want to push those buttons. We should just stop. No, those threats are still out there. So you better find a way to get them before they get to their end destination. And by the way, I wouldn't necessarily be looking for that next event here on U.S. soil. Just like Ukraine, what they want to do is they want to cover the trail, the money trail of all the events that have taken place to get us here. The money through Ukraine, the money through Iran, the money being laundered right here where I'm at. Massive amounts of money to keep these terroristic operations going strong. If you can't stop it, you need to cover the trail from it because, maybe you don't want to be able to get it from here to here, see where it was, cut off that information. You could easily see some type of a massive terrorist event in maybe a European location blame it on Russia. Get NATO full force with all of their agreements into attacking Russia because of what was there. Putin doesn't want that. So there's chess at multiple levels. Is that what's going to happen? We have no idea. But I think it's not, crazy, wild, out of this world to be concerned. That's part of the reason why I said what I said a few minutes ago in leading up to this. There's things going on behind the scenes that, from a normal media standpoint, by the way, are you seeing much coverage of this on CNN, BBC, any of this? A little teeny bit. Then I can tell you what I just told you about the intricacies behind the scenes and the coordination to make this happen. But there's way more to it. And the threat in the retaliation back isn't from even just an individual country. It's from this crowd that we're at war with, this globalista trying to take over the world. Does that click with you, Mike?
Yeah, definitely. Really good.
So prayer required. We're far from through this. Iran fits in that whole thing. I would expect. The other thing is Cuba is so. It's so embedded. It's so close to our shores like that. I do expect something there, but it might not be Cuba next. If you were thinking about who's weak in this whole thing and it's really in trouble and needs to decide to get out of the way, I think it's South Africa and a couple of the billionaires there. They're not as safe as they think they are, and they've been ripping off the Congo and other locations for the cobalt like that. The Ramaphosa regime had been working very closely with Iran, very closely into Venezuela. They're very susceptible to a problem. They might go before Cuba does. And we haven't seen the indictment handed down, but if you remember, Maduro had a $50 million bounty on him. And Ramaphosa was referred for criminal investigation over the Justice Department on the same basis many months ago. And so they could hand that down at any moment. They could hand it down after, though it's secret, they go grab him, and he knows it. And the crowd around him knows it. So they're looking at what's going on with Maduro, and they've been given offers. If they're smart, they'll rethink their situation, because Maduro is the biggest dumbass so far of 2026. He could have walked away, gone to the tropical island, enjoyed his millions, done what Marcos did, and orders food for lunch and dinner and see his friends and watch football in the afternoon. He'll be sitting in a cell the rest of his life. He will never get out. All those people think that he's going to somehow get rescued because it was an illegal capture and all sorts of things. Look, where's this ultimately going? In reality, in all of these places, it's going to go back to elections. The whole Maduro thing, the more that they scream that he was a legitimate president and we can't go in and grab a legitimate president of the people of a country that's somehow an act of war. No, he was there illegitimately through election fraud, was never once elected legitimately as the president of Venezuela. And we've got the data to prove it. We got the guys that did it. At the end of the day, in all these places, Iran, Cuba, South Africa, where did they test the vote machine system after it was moved from Venezuela in 2018 and installed in Serbia in 2019? Where did they test it in preparation for America's 2020 election? In South Africa.
Oh, wow.
They tested the system that was put in place, the server system in Serbia. They tested it on the South African election to verify that it had everything down. Ramaphosa is there through fraud. The guys that did this said we did it in 71 countries plus the United States. Half the population of the world is under the thumb of people who are put in power through election fraud. So the more that these people scream that we have done something to, get into other people's business, if you will, no, they got in our business, and now this is the pushback. And the more they scream and wiggle, the more that we're going to bring out the election stuff.
Yeah.
And bring it front and center right to the top of the list. And that is the context where Trump will then have to declare a national election emergency. And we're going to change the way that we have to do the election in 2026. Trump knows that if we go to 2026 the way it is right now, he's dead.
Yeah.
His family's dead. Everything's dead. The country won't survive it. We can't survive using machines in the next election. Trump knows that. Take it to the bank. I am totally right. Let me just add this, Michael. Look at the situation in Iran, and it finally has reached a breaking point where the people say, if you listen to what they're saying, the conversations they're having, the stuff that's coming out of Iran, they're saying it now is freedom or death. They will fight. They won't back down this time. They had to back down in 2008 when they realized that these people are so evil. They beat this young girl to death, okay, because a little bit of skin showed on her sleeve. Seriously? That's how repressive, how evil this group is. They won't live under that anymore. And it's part of this underground movement that there's a church of people in Iran that has doubled and doubled and doubled and doubled again over the last decade or so. That is now the power you won't hear that on CNN. You won't hear about the Christian community that has grown massively under this repression by the mullahs. And so this Islamic crowd that has been running the country, that's why it's become just, so repressive, because they realize they're losing control of the population. In that light, that's happening all over the world, and we're about to see something worldwide that's just hard to even contemplate but it's happened right before us. So anyway,
so the fraud that's in Minneapolis is about to be exposed in California, New York, probably Illinois as well, and maybe tied back to some of these organizations. If that gets revealed, wow, boy, that'll collapse them.
Oh yeah, I'm just moving over to plug in my phone so I don't lose you there, bro. I think that this is far more connected, even here in the U.S., than most people have really even contemplated. That this move that's happening right now is tied directly to Trump and the decision not to just deal out at the fringes of these movements, go right at the heart of the satanic monster. With what he's done with Venezuela, cut off their energy supply to China. Same thing with Iran, cutting off the oil energy supply to China. The hidden routes for moving cash through the banking system and into and through the banking system, including the money that was going through Ukraine and back through the banking system. It's all going to be, attacked savagely so that our enemies can't do the terrorism, can't fund the terrorism, and can't elect themselves into positions of authority that give them some shadow of legitimacy. And so from Trump's side, honest elections and honest money, and fights on. So anyway, I hope that helps.
Yeah, definitely. Thank you.
I don't want to beat a dead horse. That gives everybody a little bit of a start on it anyway.
Very good.
I would be praying for the Iranian people. One of my people sent me a video. They had tried to work with the people at a police station to not attack the people, and that they were going to work a deal and let the police officers leave the station and leave town, essentially. And they were trying to negotiate, certainly heated voices here and there. And while one of the gals is talking, guy walks right up behind her head and blows her brains out. And it was just horrible. You couldn't look away fast enough. It's both sides have a do or die kind of mentality. And as one of the people I was talking with said, well, the guy that did that, because of all the things he's been doing, that's why he did it, because he was, trying to hold the line, scare everybody away, and he had the gun. He didn't last very long. They hunted him down in the car and shot him dead. So, fights on.
Yeah.
The Iranian people outnumber all those security forces. The momentum is with them. And Trump has said, we won't let, if you open up on your own population, we're not going to allow that. And so we've moved personnel and equipment into position. And the hope is that we won't have to actually do anything directly unnecessarily. But if we do have to help stabilize it for a period of time, well, we're going to do that. Why? Because we're going at the belly of the beast, the heart of the beast. Iran has been exporting horrors to the rest of the world for decades, with millions and millions and millions and millions and millions of people dead as a result of their activity. Shutting down that regime is one of the great gifts to the world, just as shutting down what was going on in Venezuela is a gift to the Venezuelan people. This will be a gift to the Iranian people and a gift to the world. It's the way it is.
Very good. All right, sir. The JenniferMack.com.
Yeah. And by the way, I don't know if I mentioned it to you. I think I did. We just released about a week ago. We're doing a pre-sale on our coin, The Call. Remember, we did the movie The Call, The Makings of a Perfect Day, and released it on January 7th of 2021. Of course, immediately after the events of January 6th. Very popular movie. We had in the early portion there about 5.5 million views. We gave it away and download and share for free. And we've had probably a significant number of views since then. We hadn't really followed it that close, but that's 5 years ago, just a couple of days ago, that we released the movie. So in honor of that, we did a coin, The Call, The Makings of a Perfect Day, and for the 5-year anniversary, and that's over on Jen's site at the Jennifer Mack. And then we've also got it over at allpatriots.gumroad.com, and for larger orders or whatever, multiples, a little bit of a discount. With silver doing what it's doing, and that is a 999 pure silver coin. It's pretty valuable. We've anybody that bought any of the earlier coins from prior years has done very well. So I called the low on silver when I put out the 2023 coin before it started its march up and wasn't going back anymore. And so we've been pretty on the cash, and I think, again, this is going to be both a very popular coin and also I don't think the prices will be any lower than they are right now because silver's continuing to march up. And part of the reason I did the silver
Myself,
coin is to
I think
help,
every one of the coins
you
you released, I got 10 of them. So,
well,
it's
you're
a great one.
doing pretty good, bro.
I am.
So,
I'm doing exceptionally well. Thank you. And
yeah.
I think it's a good time to buy them, guys, because there's a lot of coin dealers that are saying they can't get coins anymore, and that's happening around the world. And the price of silver around the world is way higher than it is in the United States, where we know it's been manipulated. That's about ready to come undone, and then your coins are going to be like very, very valuable going forward.
Well, and we don't do a lot of them, so there will be kind of a collector's thing, the Megador coins and all the other stuff. So I think they'll be very popular, but within a theme. I mean, still, for if you're just buying to, not speculate, you're just trying to have a safe place to hold some stuff. I think bag silver, which is a U.S. coin, by weight, not for collector value, but just by weight, is probably the best buy. You pay a premium for it, but then it's money tradable as money. If you're doing it more, it's a touchstone for the future for the kids and all that. Some of the coins people have, you've certainly done well with what you've bought. Everybody's made money on the coins so far, but also out in the future, these are going to be remembering history, and there's kind of a continuing theme on the coins that we have there, and so it's just fun. So
Well done. Well, thanks so much for coming on, Juan. Helping. It's going to help a lot of people see a bigger picture of what's going on. Iran is going to be monumental going forward, I think, and one of our partners, because we've helped them.
Oh yeah, we're going to help the Iranian people. We're going to help the Venezuelan people. And in fact, I got invited to a meeting with the Crown Prince here a few minutes ago. Probably won't happen for a couple of weeks, and who knows it'll be on the West Coast, but things could change even over that period of time. But this is a very positive thing. These people have lived in one of those nightmares you can't get up from.
Yeah.
And I remember I'm just thinking out loud for half a second. I had an acquaintance who had I think it was his brother, who was working in Iran, helping with, they had a contract with, I think, our F-14s there. And he had been dating a young Iranian girl, and they were pretty sweet on each other. And when this whole thing happened and the Shah fell, she was known to have been dating an American and blah, blah, blah. And so they went out and tracked her down during the time period when we had the hostages there in Iran, and hung her, from a light pole on the street near their house. And then if anybody was to come out to try and take her body down, they'd be just flogged and beaten. So you had to leave it. And it was so traumatizing because, imagine you're, there's somebody you love, you plan on maybe getting married, and to know that because they just knew you and you'd spent time together, that they were, that's the mentality of some of these people that have been running these locations, and just like beating the girl to death into a coma that resulted in her death because she had little skin showing. The Iranian, that's not the Iranian people. That is a cult running Iran and then exporting their terror around the world. And if you even speak up, get your eye shot out with a pellet gun, they need to be taken out permanently. And that's exactly what's about to happen. There's a comeuppance occurring, and some prayer. That's one last thing. Anybody who's been traumatized like this, having the grace not to become so jaded that you're non-functional. That's a real challenge. So you need help, divine grace to get past that and just get to the right next actions. That you have a whole nation of people that have been living in this terror grip, and how they recover from it and restabilize and move on. That's going to be need a move from God to help you get through that. So we'll pray for him.
Definitely. All right, sir. Thanks so much for coming.
Hey, appreciate the opportunity to get on there with you, Michael, and say hi to your wife and thank you to her. And then as we have more events, because this is going to speed up, the tempo is going to speed up here. And my one concern, I pray that we don't have some type of a major event that maybe we interdicted just in time to save it from happening. But the threat is real, that these people are going after these globalist monsters. We'll try to pull something off to divert the world's attention and justify, their next action, wherever in the world it may be, most likely facing off with Russia, because that's the place that they've decided they're going to fight their World War IV. We won World War III. It bothers me people say World War III. No, it's World War IV. We won World War III. The Soviet Union doesn't exist. So anyway, bro, I'm here. Anything else comes up, there's a question or something, let's talk. I'll let you know if I hear anything special.
All right. Outstanding. Thank you.
Night, folks.
I thought it'd be cute to have a panel between us because nobody's ever had us on and questioned us like you could. And I don't think there is anybody else who could question us like you do. And everybody's been wanting it. And Tracy said, oh my God, we should do it. So I offered it to him. And now he's over saying that he's over on Nino. And somebody just sent me a link and they're saying we're there. Yep. So he's doing a Nino thing right now.
We're live. Here we go. Hello, everybody. It's Michael Jacob with Unleashing Intuition Secrets, here once again with Sheila Holm. And we're going to be talking about Cuba today. So President Trump has said that Cuba will be next. And we're going to talk a little bit in depth about that. We got some videos to share with you. Thanks for joining us again, Sheila.
It's good to be with you. These are exciting times. We've been waiting for this. We've been asking, expose, reveal, reveal. And now, guys, we're going to focus on our neighbors. They had us on the other side of the world our whole life. Nothing getting taken care of on this side. But now, a century later, we're going to get it taken care of.
Very good. Yeah, so I think that, over time, we're going to look back at this. And we're going to see this is the way it had to happen. I think, President Trump basically goes in and he does a strike like he did in Venezuela. And then he pulls back and sees how everything, pans out. If everybody does the right thing like he plans or like the, good guys are planning. Same thing with just recently Iran basically threatening the regime. We're going to take you down if you don't. But I guess we're going to do a lot of executions. So they backed off. We have a, aircraft carrier that's steaming in there, should be there in a few days. He just said, I think today, that regime needs to be replaced. And so that's coming. But I think, like you, Cuba is really front and center.
It is what's next. And we couldn't do any of this. We couldn't do Venezuela. We couldn't do Colombia. We couldn't do Mexico. All of this has been a problem since the Spanish-American War. And that's why the man in the arena, Theodore Roosevelt, that's why if we can go into that, because nothing has improved over the last century with our own neighbors. We've been spending all of our time, they've been sending us to wars all over the world on the other side of the other hemisphere. And there we are over there doing all of that. And our own hemisphere has been in trouble the whole time. And that's what is going to be fun to get into tonight, because it'll help gain an understanding of why Greenland, why Canada, why Mexico, why Cuba, why Venezuela, why Colombia. It's all the heart of where we have to be right now. We have to unite together.
Yeah. And it is not the critic who counts, not the man who points out how the strong man stumbles or where the doer of deeds could have done them better. And there's a video that's basically goes through this. Very, very nice. But yeah, the man in the arena, this is Theodore Roosevelt. He was at, He was in Cuba. He was San Juan Hill.
Mm-hmm. So do we have a moment to bring up that video, the man in the arena, to give an understanding of what it's like to sit right in the arena and be the one that everyone's trying to destroy when you're trying to help everyone?
Yeah, let's see. I think it's this one right here.
Yes.
The critic who counts, not the man who points out how the strong man stumbles, or where the doer of deeds could have done them better. The credit belongs to the man who was actually in the arena, whose face is marred by dust and sweat and blood, who strives valiantly, who errs, who comes short again and again. Because there is no effort without error and shortcoming. But who does actually strive to do the deeds? Who knows great enthusiasms, the great devotions, who spends himself in a worthy cause, who at the best knows in the end the triumph of high achievement, and who at the worst, if he fails, at least fails while daring greatly, so that his place shall never be with those cold and timid souls who neither know victory nor defeat.
That's beautiful. Dan Scavino, he's very good, at you know, pointing some stuff out that's very relevant. It's kind of like an undercurrent, but he points stuff out, and it's magnificent.
Mm-hmm. Well, and in mentioning Cuba, if we flip back exactly a century ago, we were in the Spanish-American War.
Yep.
And it was all resolved with the Treaty de Hidalgo. We gave $15 million to get the current border that we have with Mexico. That's never secured. That's never considered to be secured. But do we really know what Woodrow Wilson did a couple decades later? He ends up becoming president. Then he brings in Lamar. This is in my first book, For the Sake of America, and it's in the new book. He brings in Lamar, who's an attorney in Augusta, and they grew up in Augusta, and they were childhood friends. And I've mentioned, and the pictures are in book one of the For the Sake of America, there's only 2 houses in a whole block, and they're brick houses, and they're next to each other. And the one on the left, as you're looking at it, and I'm pretty sure it's on 7th in Augusta, the one on the left is where Woodrow Wilson was raised, and Attorney Lamar was raised in the one on the right that's now the meeting area for the historical house of Woodrow Wilson. So both houses are taken up by the Historical Society at this time. So what happened is they were childhood friends, and then Taft, who was he was in the other party, was quote required to come down to Augusta, play golf with Lamar one day, and make a deal with Lamar, who was too sick to be an attorney in Augusta, could not function as an attorney in Augusta, but to appoint him as a Supreme Court justice. Why? The very next year, they were bringing in Woodrow Wilson to be president. And Woodrow Wilson took Lamar and went down to Mexico and renegotiated. What the heck did he do? Where are we at on that? I don't know, but 15 million back in 1898 timeframe when the San Juan Hill, this whole thing is Spanish-American War, Venezuela, Colombia, Panama. I mean, all of this was going on then. And so here we are with the change where we have that land. And I can honestly tell you, for the past 3-4 decades in California, the people from Mexico have been coming up into Los Angeles every weekend and protesting. They've been raising their Mexican flag upright at the top of their antennas or attachments to their vehicles with the American flag underneath upside down. When they've been allowed to do it, nobody's been stopping them. Nobody's been saying anything. And when asked, because they started La Raza Radio, La Raza is the revolution. They've always felt it's their land. And when I asked them why they were doing this, they said, we want our land back. Does that sound familiar? We want our land back. It's our Panama Canal. It'll always be our Panama Canal. The people want their canal back. Do you see how this pattern is identical? So to think that the president is saying Cuba, he's saying Mexico, he's saying Colombia, he's saying Venezuela, like he wants to take them over, he doesn't. He's trying to settle and help heal what has been a lie for a century. That's what's going on. And so the president talks about Cuba, and where is Gitmo in Cuba? Where's the Navy base, Guantanamo? Where's the Navy base, Guantanamo? Right next to San Juan Hill. If we had not been victorious at San Juan Hill, so Teddy Roosevelt was putting all of his horses and these guys on trains in America, how the heck did he get on barges and everything to go down to Cuba? But they had enough men with the Rough Riders and the 17th Cavalry of New York, and these guys all collected and went down to Cuba and fought it out.
Yeah.
That was the Spanish-American War. Alamo was a Spanish-American War. They found out that the Rough Riders were being trained at Fort Sam Houston in San Antonio. So where did they go? They went to the Alamo. Where's the Alamo? San Antonio. This battle was going on from 1896, 7. It got hot and heavy, and San Juan, I think, was captured and victorious in 1898, but they weren't capturing it for America. They were bringing them the truth. This is where we're really at. And you don't own any part of America, and you don't own any part of Cuba doesn't own Mexico. Mexico doesn't own America. Nobody owns anybody else's land. And do you know to this day, if you look up that base in Guantanamo, do you know that the reports from the media are still that America has stolen land from Cuba to put in a base? We have paid lease on that property since 1903.
Wow.
Nothing has ever changed. That agreement has never changed. It was written as an ongoing renewal of a lease. We've never tried to buy it. We don't say we own it. It's not our land. This is not how America has operated, even with the evil people in charge. And so that land is ours, that base is ours, but these are our neighbors, Canada, Greenland, all of these. And this is a heart around Panama Canal. Can you imagine if we hadn't resecured the Panama Canal to start clearing that up and then clear up these areas? Because the ones taking advantage of these countries are the ones coming in through that canal and destroying these countries, taking them down so that they're so poor that people have nothing. In all of these, Mexico, they have nothing. Cuba has nothing. Venezuela has nothing. Colombia has nothing. And I remember it was in the latter part of the 1990s, when the rose industry in San Diego, California was being destroyed. I'm like, how can they destroy the flower industry in America? They were coming in from Colombia with long stem roses at Walmart for cheaper than our guys could sell the long stem roses in any store. So people were buying the cheaper long stem roses. What came in with those roses? Because just this week, they captured a huge 18-wheeler that had Colombian bricks of cocaine. That's the only way these countries could make their money, because they were controlled by other countries. But we weren't taking care of them. We were fighting wars on the other side of the world, in the other hemisphere. If you look at what President Trump's doing, he's restructuring and capturing the truth and helping heal every one of these nations, from Greenland to Canada because they've all been taken over. We've been taken over. And so when you realize everybody's pattern is the same, we've had a gift in that the Pilgrims gave us the covenant with the Lord and kept America as a faith-based country as much as we could, but we didn't have liberty and we didn't have freedom. And now we realize nobody's had liberty and freedom because we've all been taken over. The same pattern through all of these countries. That's what the 45 points are about. And that's why at the bottom of the book, it says not just to save souls, save America, but save the world. It's the same pattern with every country. But the people in Europe know what they're doing. And that's why we go and we tear up their countries in war, and then we rebuild them. And we haven't rebuilt anything in America. Cuba hasn't been able to rebuild anything. Venezuela, Colombia, they haven't been able to rebuild anything. Mexico can't rebuild anything. If you see how they're living in their houses and etc., San Diegans were warned, and the military was told long, I don't know, 10, 12 years ago, don't go across that border. Don't be over there. We're not going to come and get you. That's how bad it was. And we weren't doing anything to resolve it. So God bless President Trump. He's willing to be that man who'll stand for each of us so we can heal in these areas. Can you imagine if we were at peace with Mexico? and that they had enough money and they didn't have to deal in drugs and have these cartel gangs. And Venezuela, that's where these gangs came from. Colombia, that's where the gangs came from. We brought in the guys from after Vietnam. What did we have in California? We didn't know how to deal with the Asian gangs. Our police were like, who are these guys and how are they operating? So it's not just cultures coming into our country and destroying us. These gangs have their own techniques. They have their own processing. And when you're in the law enforcement process, you can't even handle it. And the only way the elite will handle and protect the law enforcement is if they cooperate with the elite to bring in these gangs. I mean, I'm trying to help us see from a 40,000-foot view, we got a mess. And President Trump is willing to put his name on it and clean up the whole mess. And so Cuba, the Rough Riders, do you know that it was so victorious at San Juan Hill, which protected Guantanamo, which is where our base is to this day for the Navy, that Guantanamo area being saved was so popular. That's how Theodore Roosevelt, the minute he came back on the land in America, they immediately voted him in as the governor of New York. He went right from that to being the president of America. And he said, America is just, it's not the government, it's you and me. You and me, we're the government. There's not some government and then the people. We're all it. We work together to get this nation where it needs to be. And he kept saying that and fighting for that. And he was trying to warn the people because he knew that if you go out in the arena and you become that guy, you're the one's going to get beat up all the time. And
Yeah.
that's how we became a silent majority in this country.
This is great, and this is the kind of reporting that we need. We need to get back to, because during that time frame, William Randolph Hearst, who's been given a bad name, I believe, was actually reporting what was going on, and it was getting twisted, still twisted to this day. So he supported, going down there and cleaning up the mess of Spanish, taking over. Now it's just basically degenerated back to what happened with the Spanish, controlling and manipulating the Cubans. So yeah, I think it's great that we're going to go in there and a rescue mission and save them from this evil group that's taken over. Same thing in Mexico, same thing in Colombia, same thing. Like you're saying, this is brilliant. It's a brilliant plan, but trying to get this message across from this evil press is very difficult.
Well, I put out this last week. It was a little over a week ago now, the anniversary of Laken Riley. And that they've sent the picture out. So I completely retweeted it and put a note on, and I said, say her name in capital letters. As soon as I did that, someone gave me the picture of the woman who used her vehicle to attack an ICE agent in Minneapolis. And so because they came out with her picture, I put that out and said, how is it that the news is going to say, well, she didn't drive over him. She didn't drive over his body. She didn't drive over him. She didn't drive over his body. And they just kept repeating it and repeating it and repeating it. So from putting it out, one of my followers went out and found her rap sheet and brought the rap sheet up on Twitter. And so I retweeted that. I don't know if you can find that tonight, but I retweeted that. And they never say who these people are. And then because I retweeted that, someone else had information. So I had to retweet that. They found the group that she's in that is out there teaching people in America. We're funding it through some program. They're getting money. We're funding how they can protest against, attack, and ram their vehicles. They're told what to do. And then there was a video that just came out late last night where the guy wouldn't stop his engine, backed in and rammed a vehicle with the back end of his car, and then raced forward and rammed the front of his car into another vehicle in front of him. They're taught to do these exact things, and we're paying for it with our tax money through some organizational structure. I mean, it's just, but the upset of the people, they don't understand what's going on. They don't understand the battle. They don't understand what it's going to take for us to gain our country, because they think it's a great country and you people don't understand. And it is a great country, but we are not free. We've never been free. We've never been independent at all. And that's what we're trying to gain. And it's a big process to gain it. But to gain it and still have the people in Mexico feel we stole their land. And now Cuba's still saying we stole their land and all we've done is lease some property for Guantanamo Base. That's all we've done. And they say we stole the Guantanamo Base property. We didn't steal anything. But see, if they keep lying and repeating the lies, then you start thinking, and that's why they say death to America, is because there are people using American money to do this, but it's not the people who are fighting to save countries in this world and to bring us to peace, like the president, and get the job done.
Yeah, it's a sad situation. So yeah, and your Nation Restored, really good stuff. I like the one with looks like Patton, and it's got is that
That's the old Donald Trump, isn't it?
It's a
What
yeah,
they
it's Trump, looking
Yeah.
like Patton. Oh, that's
because there's
fantastic.
still a question: is he the son of Patton? And everybody wonders why. Well, the girlfriend, the young girlfriend of Patton, they said was having a baby, but she was ill from the war, and I don't know if she lived much longer. I don't know the details, the dates, or anything. So it was just fun today to put the one out of Patton because he's in the snow, which they said is going to be. We're going to have ice, like ice age, the next few days across the country.
Yeah,
And this one just came out today.
this is great. I think he's a son of Patton. I know what you're talking
Mhm.
about.
Mhm.
And there's a lot of stuff to point to that, like you're talking about. So
Mhm.
there, and because he's got like, I guess he got like Patton's dog, the same type of dog, and he named it. I don't know if he named it Patton or something, but there's a lot of similarities between him and General Patton, and he
Mhm.
talked about him all the time. He's like,
Mhm.
so it's very, very interesting. So yeah, so here he is. He's trying to do what he did or tried to bring to light. Hello, everyone. It's Michael Jacob with Unleashing Intuition Secrets. So massive storm coming across the country. Left our prayers, everybody. Let's make it less of a storm. Sending out the prayer and the make it not so bad. All right, just dream on that and pray on that, and we'll make it a lot less. All right, so California is not the place you want to be. So, like the Beverly Hillbillies, they loaded up their trucks. So everybody's loading up their trucks and moving out of Cali, right? So not such a great place to be these days. All right, so there's lots of problems in Cali. Now, the latest, like we've seen in Minneapolis, is incredible fraud. So the fraud that we're seeing in Minneapolis is going to be very small compared to California. I think everyone probably knows that at this point. So I followed this representative in California, Kevin Kiley, and he's got this one post. Today's Judiciary Committee hearing, Nick Shirley agreed that fraud in California may be even worse than what he uncovered in Minneapolis. So I would say that's an absolute. So let's kind of go over and look at that real quick. So here is his page, Representative Kiley. So in here's Nick Shirley giving testimony, and there's Kevin Kiley, asking him questions. But it's absolutely a problem, and it's going to continue to be a problem. Now, for 15 years, whole milk has been banned for 20 million school children in California. The president just signed a bill I helped pass to end this crazy policy and bring whole milk back to our schools. What the heck? It's like, and bring back raw milk too, if you can. So they don't like that. You talk about raw milk, they'll take you down on YouTube. Here's another one with Jack Smith. It says Jack Smith was reversed and rebuked by multiple Democrat-appointed judges and even the Department of Justice itself for overstepping his authority and circumventing constitutional rights. Yet he wouldn't say he made a single mistake in the whole investigation. All right. So this is one of the things that these criminals in the Democrat Party and the liberal media and so forth, they're going to continue to war against us. and put their judges and their congressmen and their women and their lawyers and so forth to continually push back on us when we're trying to get justice and get rid of criminals and so forth in our cities. So in Minneapolis, I saw it looked like AI to me, but there's some video that's rolling out there that looks like it's 10,000 people demonstrating and minus 30-degree cold. I don't think so. Right? I think that's a absolute AI thing that's going on out there. So we'll see. In the future, a lot of this get exposed. Now we're gonna have a guest on here in a second, Vim Miller. He's going to talk about. Speaking of California, he's going to be talking about Chad Bianco. This guy is maybe has some problems in his background, so we're going to talk a little bit about that. Of course, Louis Herms is the guy we want to make it all the way, and you're going to, just like everything else, they're going to throw interference constantly at the people that would probably serve us the best. Now, here's Louis Herms. Now we've done shows for years. He's an amazing guy. Bold solutions to restore California's freedom and prosperity. High taxes and cost of living equals waste, fraud, and abuse. Like we're seeing right now in Minneapolis and in Maine. I guess they went up to Maine. They found some problems there too, over in Ohio. Of course, California is going to be the mother of all fraud, waste, and abuse states, I guarantee you. So there's lots of issues out there: abortion or right to life, utility cost, wildfires. We know that these guys have been setting a lot of these wildfires with energy weapons, infrastructure and transportation. Seniors and veterans are ignored. Education, California is towards the bottom in education, yet they spend probably the most on their school children. AI, artificial intelligence takeover, crime, homelessness. They're defrauding with homelessness as well. Lots of billions and billions of dollars have gone missing. They're supposed to go on to the homeless. Economic inequality and poverty, housing affordability. It's one of the most expensive places on the planet to buy homes. So lots of problems. Police and fire, once celebrated as noble professions, they're basically coming after the police and the fire people. God, it's crazy. Our children being exposed to poison, and they're being poisoned. Election fraud, of course, every time there's any kind of election that happens in California, within a second, it's already been decided. It's like, oh, yep, this person won. Or, Joe Biden won. Right. I mean, 1 second after California, opened it up so they could, show the voting. Same thing with, a lot of the, I think just about for the last probably 2-3 decades, you've had, governors in California that were selected, not elected. Then, of course, really this should be at the top. Child trafficking is our silent plague, and that's one of the problems that's really rampant in California as well. And really, there's only one person that's going after that aggressively, and that's Louis Herms. So, lots of great stuff. And let's bring in Vim. Vim, how you doing?
How you doing, sir? How are you?
Very good, very good. Thanks for coming on. So
yeah, thanks for having me on, man. I've been following you for quite a bit. Definitely pre-election, you're producing some great content. So thanks for having me on your show.
Excellent. Yeah. So we hear that you've got some very interesting information on Chad Bianco.
Yeah. I mean, one thing I wanted to correct, you were saying I have some problems. I think the biggest problems that somebody has right now is Chad Bianco, because frankly, he accused me of being the third assassin and third Trump assassin. And for people that have been following me, you could actually find videos on this topic where he pretty much made up the whole thing, said I'd entered a Trump rally with guns, which was categorically false. It wasn't even possible on that day. That's what people, I don't think, understand, is the degree of his lying in order for him to get on television. He's a bit of a media hoe, and he's done this sort of thing to a lot of people. After he falsely accused me, he accused another 22-year-old college student for some, blanket threat she had made. And this is a person that doesn't own guns and is just a college student, female, 22 years old. And based upon that, he got the Riverside Board to essentially fund his security for his campaign. He has 11 armed guards that follow him around everywhere he goes, backtracking to the, fake assassination hoax. I mean, a lot of people remember that date because for, a couple of days, this was pretty much worldwide news. And I think what some people don't necessarily know, but this information is available on my platforms for you to see it yourself and hear the recordings yourself. Really, it was all lies. It was all lies. I was 1.2 miles from a rally, the rally, and I drove up to a parking lot. And before even attempting to enter, I rolled up to a deputy, told him I had a couple of firearms, even offered for them to hold on to the firearms, right? Subsequent to that, Chad Bianco the next day, after the FBI and Secret Service say that Trump was in no danger, they don't even want to interview me. They don't even want to. While I was in custody, they came in and kind of looked at me, and I think they had already done their research. This was only like 3 hours into this ordeal on October 12th. They decide, there's nothing here. They didn't even question me about it, which is not what you do for an assassin suspect, even if the person is suspect. I'm not talking about if it, there was obviously no legitimacy to it. Well, Chad Bianco has gone around for the last 12 months propagating this false information. And again, for people, I'm very active in terms of releasing receipts, and I have all of them. And for people that want to check it out, this guy's going around still saying this guy tried to enter a Trump rally, digging a deeper hole for himself in terms of the defamation, because it shows that this wasn't like a one-day event, that this is something he's using in his campaign, very much like how he lies and he said he's praying with BLM when there's tons of videos out there that show him kneeling for BLM, saying 100% he's working with BLM. And today he says that, hey, they're a terrorist organization, and if I ever did this, I'd have to quit my job. I mean, there's videos of him kneeling, saying, I am kneeling for BLM, 100% working with them. So, I released the thing yesterday, which is Bianco in a straitjacket, questioning the mental health of this individual who thinks that by yelling at people, the facts, the receipts are going to change, And so, I'm out there really to warn people about this guy. I agree with you that Lewis is a fantastic candidate. And the reasons I love Lewis so much is because he's actually an investigative journalist, right? He knows how to dig the receipts on corrupt individuals. And my point of view is that in modern day and age, you can't go into office being willing to kneel for these corrupt politicians. If you're going in there thinking I'm going to compromise with these leftists, with these communist Marxists, and there's negotiation room there, well, guess what? You're in one way or another going to sell out the state or the country. That's a fact, What I like about Lewis is he's the type of person that will find the dirt, which, by the way, he's done a lot of that in terms of Chad Bianco as well, where there's receipts of him. I'll give you some examples where, let's say, a door costs $3,000. He's billing it at $50,000. A room costs $100,000. He's billing it at $800,000. And guess who pockets all the change, right? Or at least some of the change. And so when I heard Lewis in his debate against Bianco, where there was a bit of fuckery on that one too, because I noticed Lewis's mic for some reason was in mono while Bianco sounded like the singer of Korn on stage, and it was obvious that somebody was doing some, trickery back behind the scenes to mute Lewis's voice. Well, those are all hallmarks of somebody that the establishment fears, which is the kind of person I think we need. I think we need the kind of person that's able to find the dirt on people. Like, imagine Nick Shirley, what he's done with Waltz in Minnesota. And now imagine you have a politician in terms of Louis Herms that goes in there, has his, you know, what I call the media assassins, a term that I coined after I got called the third assassin, which is pretty much what we've been doing for about 8 years now, is exposing these types of individuals. Well, imagine you have somebody in there that's able to hand an envelope and say, hey, you know, corrupt leftist person who's a Marxist, here are the receipts on how you've been ripping off the people. So you have an option here. You know, you have an option. Either we could go Nick Shirley on you and make sure you'll never see another day in office, or we're going to get rid of these Marxist bills. We're going to return parental rights. You know, we're going to return common sense regulations, get rid of the over regulations that's driving small businesses out of business in California. So I'm equally excited about, you know, Louis Herms as much as I am not excited about Chad Bianco. And I'm just here to tell information to people so they could make a wise choice, because this is one of the most important elections in California history. We already saw New York go down the drain to communist Marxists, and that could very well happen to California. And then our country's sandwiched between these two massively powerful states with bad leaders in office. So that's what I'm here to talk about.
That's fantastic. Yeah, I remember this incident, Vim. And I was like, man, they screwed that guy over big time. I'm so glad you're stepping out and pushing back. Now I see you've filed a lawsuit.
Yeah.
Tell us about that.
Yeah, so we filed a lawsuit really early on because what happened subsequent to this third assassin, the lies, is that they sent Las Vegas Metropolitan police officers to my parents' home thinking that that's where I was, with false information. And by the way, on you see good cops in there that are like, look, this is ridiculous, we should just leave. And then you see the bad cops in there that are clearly there to, you know, sell a false narrative. Will go into my parents' home without a warrant. They're trying to, you know, essentially enter without a warrant. Luckily, my parents didn't let them. And we also had a gentleman by the name of Steve Sanson, who's been fighting corruption for like 30 years. He's one of the OGs. That's a friend of mine that was called in to stop what was going on. He had to make calls to the governor and sheriff of Clark County, which is Las Vegas, to prevent this incursion. But it was very clear that their intention there, and you know how this stuff happens, man, where it's like, you know, oh, we saw him reach for something, and it's like a water bottle, and the next day they're making you out to be Lee Harvey Oswald. So once we realized that was the game, and also I ran as America First Republican in 2022 with a lady by the name of Sigal Chada, who's a lawyer. They stepped in with concerns of, you know, this being like the worst of worst cop corruption, and filed a lawsuit overnight, pretty much as a signal that, you know, this is coming to a stop. And that's when the violent intentions, I think, stopped. But Chad Bianco's defamation has continued until today, which, you know, when you have the taxpayers paying for these lawsuits, and I'll give you an example. He's already lost $100 million worth of lawsuits. He's got another 19 on tap, 12 of them being about. He's had the highest number of jail deaths in California history.
Wow.
I sent you videos of his deputies, you know, beating the crap out of people, using SWAT gear to walk in, like 12 guys in SWAT gear to take down one guy in a jail cell. You know what I mean? It's unbelievable level of violence and bad behavior that's coming out of the department. But, you know, when you listen to Chad Bianco, he talks about, you know, things like, hey, I wish it was the 60s still, so we could take people behind the woodshed and beat the shit out of them, like literally his words, you know? So, and then, you know, he says stuff like, I'm the sheriff, I could do whatever I want, you know? And what do you mean you could do whatever I want? I mean, even Joseph Stalin and Hitler didn't talk like that, you know? No, you can't do whatever you want, you know? So you kind of see his personality, his power hungry nature, just willing to, you know, destroy people's lives for his own personal gain. And, you know, yeah, he's hiding behind the R right now, but, you know, that's just tyrant behavior. That's like a dictator. Another thing he said is that he wants to make the word homelessness illegal and throw people in jail for it. So, I mean, it's, he's the gift that keeps on giving. Every time he opens his mouth, we get to see what he's really all about.
Yeah, that's pretty crazy. Do you want to share some of those videos?
Yeah, should I do it on mine? I had sent it to your producer too, but I could definitely load it on mine as well. And yeah, here, one sec. Screen share. You know what? Give me 1 sec here. Yeah, but for people, that are interested in this topic, I have a lot of stuff posted on we run this network, Mindy Robinson and I, called America Happens. If you guys go to our Rumble channel, there's a lot of videos there. There's a lot of videos on my X account, which is @NotVemMiller, just like written there, or AmericaHappens.com. And 1 sec here. I'm going to share this screen. But, for the viewers out there, I mean, I really, right now we have Steve Hilton and Chad Bianco leading in this very important race. And I hope people actually take the time to get to know Lewis, because he's got all the right ideas. And this is a different landscape in terms of politics. We need somebody that goes in there, because negotiating with these people and trying to bend the knee, it's all of these knee benders that think that they're going to negotiate with people that have bad ideas that come from a Marxist point of view. And I don't think that is going to do it anymore, because that is just like the slow road to tyranny. And you get somebody like Newsom, in office, and it becomes the fast road to tyranny. So 1 sec here. Screen share. Got it here. All right. Is that working now?
That's it.
All right. So this is a compilation video I put together that kind of has a selection of different Chad Bianco antics. So I'll just play this and kind of stop along the way to talk about it.
I am the highest elected official in this county. I can do anything that I want. There is only one sheriff's uniform, and that's mine.
Sorry, you have a different opinion than me, and I'm sorry yours is wrong.
Yes. So voters want a candidate that's staying their ground when defending their values and their beliefs. Again, a lot of tough talk, but actions are what matter. So Sheriff Bianco, in June 2020, you were in a face-off with the anti-American, anti-police enemy BLM, and you took a knee. Look, hey, hate me all you want. It just fuels me. Just keep it coming. A few hours later, the looting started. Okay? So why should the voters trust you to hold the line next time? And what would the rest of you do differently when facing the same enemy?
It's interesting that you're coming here with your attitude, but your entire question is too balanced. There were 10,000 people in downtown Riverside. There were 1,200 cops. 950 were my deputies. 300 were other law enforcement officers outside of that. No, I never took a knee to BLM. So here's the thing. So for all of you Republicans out there, for all of you with a brain and who can critical think, right now, I am arguably the most respected law enforcement leader in the country. Right now, I am the most respected law enforcement leader in this state. Right now, I am the most respected law enforcement leader in my county, hands down. That never could be possible with what you just said happened, me kneeling to BLM. Absolutely not. Here's the answer. My God is far bigger than BLM. My God is far bigger than this room, your silly question, or the lie that the looting started after. My job that night, after we prayed for the safety of my deputies,
Don't assault me. I didn't ask you a question.
we're going to add time for him interrupting me. We're going to add time for him interrupting me. Here's the thing. After I told them personally that we were shutting them down because it was turning riotous, we gave them 20 minutes to leave. They asked if they could pray for my deputies. I said, absolutely. And they did. 30 minutes later, we physically, with the most force ever used against a domestic terrorist organization, we removed them from Riverside with zero looting, with zero damage, and with zero injuries to my deputies. And to this day, those organizations put out across their social media, do not go to Riverside County because we can't help you with Sheriff Chad Bianco. It is a lie perpetrated by some
Listen to somebody commanding the crowd, saying, "Give them space to take the knee." Look at the officer. They're even recording this moment.
You know, the unfortunate part of this is everybody. This is a huge divide. There's no working here, voices being heard. It's just a big, huge divide. And the leaders of this have to work with us to make a difference. And if this is what starts it, then this is what starts it.
We're working with them right now by taking an answer.
100%. 100%.
We're working with them right now by taking an answer.
100%. 100%.
What is your message to the community?
The message to the community is this does nothing. This does nothing. Your voices mean everything. Actions do not. Actions are contrary to what our voices say sometimes.
Which started October 13, 2024, when Sheriff... All right, I'm going to stop her real quick. Do you mind if we just talk about what we saw before we get into this next one?
Heck yeah, boy, he's just killed himself.
Dude, like, here's the thing. I mean, you just saw him lie about everything. He said he didn't take a knee, but he took a knee, and he thinks he's going to raise his voice and yell at people, which is... like, it's just that there's no diplomacy in that. It kind of feels very psychotic. The amount he compliments himself, I mean, I joke, man. I've never seen a man suck his own dick like this ever in my life. He's like, I'm the greatest. I'm the
top.
Huh?
It's over the top. Yeah.
I'm the greatest.
And even bringing in God is like, and God, and it's like, whoa. And
Dude,
now we see all the lies. It's like, whoa, this guy's like, he's got some horns on him.
Dude, like, he in churches, that's what kills me, is that he pretends he's a Christian by going around to churches for the last 3 years, by the way, brother, last 3 years, saying the same lie, saying he's a Christian. And I'm just like, dude, how does that even, like, how do you even have the balls to do that when you're such a great liar? Like, you're lying in front of God out of all people, you know? So anyway, like, it's that's his personality, though. That's the kind of person we're dealing with. I have no idea why anybody in the California Republican Party would think that this guy's a good idea. One of the things I've noticed is, you know, for people that are aware of the Schiff Garvey race, where Schiff handily beat him he destroyed Garvey. What happened with that race is that Katie Porter was leading, and in the jungle primary of California, the Schiff camp was very worried. They were saying that, look, if it's me against Katie Porter, everybody knows Katie Porter could be quite a nasty person. And they thought, look, if it's Katie Porter versus Schiff, it is going to cost us $100 million, right? So what these clever leftists did, and this is, again, something that I fault the Republicans, because the Democrats are playing chess, which I don't even think the Republicans in California know how to play checkers, right? So they go out there and they say, let's give $10 million to Garvey, make sure, and this is pre-primary. So somebody getting $10 million is an awful lot of money. That's usually not the way it works. Usually the money comes in after the primary is already won, right? But they give this dude $10 million. He beats Katie Porter. He's second to Schiff. And then guess what? The general election happens, and Schiff destroys Garvey because Garvey was a terrible candidate, which is exactly what's going on here. Because if you notice, the mainstream media, whereas with a Republican that they don't like, you know, example being Trump, they'll just go overboard in trying to get rid of that person, right? But what's happening is they're kind of being quiet right now because it's pre-primary. And any one of these candidates we've talked about, especially Herms, you know, right now, I guess Hilton's neck and neck with Bianco. But Herms or Hilton is a much bigger challenge for the Democrats. So these guys are playing a lot of chess on us. While you heard the audience there too, man, where they're like, he's talking about all these lies. It's obvious he's lying. You got the people that are diehard supporters of him, which, by the way, they bust in from Riverside because that's his kind of, they brought in a lot of former cops and current cops that are on his payroll. So that was why those people were like, woo, Bianco, whatever. But that's not the real world. That's like a room that they fabricated for his own gain. This piece is basically about the third assassin. It's about 3 minutes long and shows a little bit more of Bianco's behavior. If you want me to play this one.
Oh yeah, definitely. And just to give you some insights on the way the Californian Republican Party is. A lot of us supported Cordy Williams, who's like the Megaphone Marine. I don't know if you remember him or familiar with him, but
you're talking about the chiropractor.
Yeah.
Dude, he's somebody. We've been friends for a real long time, dude. I love Cordy.
Nice.
Good
That
guy.
guy was crushing it.
Yeah.
So the GOP gave all the money to a guy that never wins. Crazy.
Dude, you're the biggest scumbags, man. This is why I'm kind of done with this Republican Democrat paradigm when we have a Republican Party in California that's been invaded by a bunch of Marxists. And by the way, another big thing, man, that is my biggest issue with them, right? You have so many amazing candidates. If you're preparing for a fight, you get all these candidates on a stage and you have them duke it out for 16 months leading up to the primary. But what they've done is there hasn't been one debate. There's been question and answer sessions where candidates like Chad Bianco are given questions ahead of time. And by the way, that question was given to him ahead of time. He knew that question was coming. And even then, he loses his shit and gets aggressive with voters. And that never looks good. It never looks good for somebody to lose their temper that way, right? So there's been no debate. So now we have a situation where somebody great like Louis Herms, but which, by the way, Louis is a hell of a debater. He comes with receipts, but he's not even been given a chance by the Republican Party. They just decided Chad Bianco is our guy. In fact, what the Riverside Republican Party did is they were having a question and answer session that they invited a bunch of candidates to, right? And we did some interviews. Two candidates that talked about this is Daniel Mercury and David Serpa. And they said about how they're really excited. They thought finally they're going to be on stage with Chad Bianco, be given a decent chance. Well, they find out through the grapevine that they've already decided Chad Bianco is winning. Okay. And this is where it gets even crazier. So these guys are like, you know what? F this. They're trying to set us over a trap. They're trying to humiliate us. Man, Chad Bianco doesn't even show up to the question and answer session, and they still gave him the win.
Wow. Jeez.
Like,
he's being selected. That's bullshit. Yeah. So we need to close this. Good job, man. Let's roll it.
Yeah, here we go.
Which started October 13, 2024, when Sheriff Chad Bianco falsely accused me of being the third Trump assassin. He did this without a shred of evidence, and he knew he was lying through and through. He knew that the stories he was saying were impossible to happen on that day.
I am glad that we're not talking about this after we shot him. If you're asking me right now, I probably did have deputies that prevented the third assassination attempt. He was a lunatic. It's people trying to do harm.